I don't care what reading of history you take, the pattern is always the same. Whenever a bacterial invasion strikes, or fire rages, or wild beast roams the streets, then and only then do men stop fighting each other and work together to save themselves. These nations must unite. We must make common enemy, common fear. That is the only answer. Well, gentlemen, we are going to create that enemy. 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 I don't care what reading of history you take, the pattern is always the same. Whenever a bacterial invasion strikes, or fire rages, or wild beast roams the streets, then and only then do men stop fighting each other and work together to save themselves. These nations must unite. We must make common enemy, common fear. That is the only answer. Well, gentlemen, we are going to create that enemy. 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 I don't care what reading of history you take, the pattern is always the same. Whenever a bacterial invasion strikes, or fire rages, or wild beast roams the streets, then and only then do men stop fighting each other and work together to save themselves. These nations must unite. We must make common enemy, common fear. That is the only answer. Well, gentlemen, we are going to create that enemy. We are going to create that enemy. I don't care what reading of history you take, the pattern is always the same. Whenever a bacterial invasion strikes, or fire rages, or wild beast roams the streets, then and only then do men stop fighting each other and work together to save themselves.
Well, they call him the white mouse, or the white rat over there. And he has a sort of a mouse or rat-looking face with white hair. And he's a man with some presence. He's articulate, and is a very able, crafty bureaucrat. He's been moving around for a long time. Pardon? I don't have the foggiest notion on his background. I really have never...
Jewish, not Jewish.
I know, I can't believe he's Jewish, although he looks a little Jewish. That's the interesting thing.
Yeah, but I was going to say, I think Hoover was based on Hoover was anti-black. He never said Hoover was anti-Semitic.
He could be Jewish. I don't,
I've always wondered. I said I was wondering at that point. Well, you can't tell me about names and the rest, but there is a tendency for some of our Jewish friends in the media to have their hands to everybody. Kissinger leads to them, Burns leads to them, Schoenberg, Sackler leads to them. We all lead to our own.
Well, I got to say one thing. There's never been a leak out of my office. There never will be a leak out of my office. No. I wouldn't begin to know how to leak even. I don't want to learn how you leak.
a man walks the streets of London late at night with a little black bag that's oh so tight. He's got a big black cloak hanging down his back. Well, that's a one-bit cat that just hates to fight. Well, he walks down the street, every girl he meets says, your name is Blood. When she walks down the street, he's never far behind. With his little black bag and his one-track mind. Well, he really catches up when the lights go down. 'Cause at the time he starts his dirty shop around. When he walks down the street, every girl he meets says, your name is Blood. Scotland Yard will never catch him, 'cause he's a much too clever. But if they do, man, they'll get the leather, yeah. The Ripper, Jack the Ripper, the Ripper, Jack the Ripper. With the streets of London can never safe. The Ripper, Jack the Ripper. Whenever Jack the Ripper ever shows his face. The Ripper, Jack the Ripper. So you pretty little girlies, take my advice. The Ripper, Jack the Ripper. And don't walk the streets of London late at night. The Ripper, Jack the Ripper. Well, he walks down the street, every girl he meets says, your name is Blood. Jack the Ripper, the Ripper, Jack the Ripper.
Due to the graphic content of certain portions of the following program, viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Good evening, everybody. We're only on the second episode, but we've already got a very special episode tonight. Because we're gonna go back in time and see if we can try and solve one of history's most enigmatic mysteries. That's right, we're gonna go and see if we can try and figure out who Jack the Ripper really was. We've got a lot of information to get through tonight. It's gonna be a very dense, very packed episode. We're gonna be here for a while, I'm not gonna lie to you. Welcome everybody, thanks for joining us tonight. Let's get this out of the way. If you're enjoying what you like, then let me direct you over to buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. I'll try and read your donations out at the end of the stream because we've got a lot to get through tonight. But if you're donating, please consider joining as a member. For the same price as donating, you can join as a member over there and you get access to extra shit. That's right. For your money, you get something in return, and that's access to extra videos because I got so much stuff that I can't put it all into just this presentation, so I have to put extra things over there where you get access by joining as a member. buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. But Spirit, I hear you say. There's that whiny voice of yours again. But Spirit, I see what you titled this stream. I can read. You said Jack the Ripper never existed. Why are we even here? Why are we discussing this? That's a good question. Well, I will try and refrain from giving you my opinion and I will present you with the evidence, but I will start with the posit that Jack the Ripper never existed. Incredulous, you say? Inflammatory? A bold statement? Nevertheless, we're gonna run through the evidence, see what history has to say, and then at the end, if you're still with me, then I'll give you my opinion and I'll tell you what I think. But we got a lot to get through tonight. Ooh. All right, I take a little smoke. How's everybody doing? So, Jack the Ripper. Let me set the scene for you. It's 1888. And the foggy streets of London are plagued with a serial killer. But Spirit, who killed those Victorian groom hookers in those foggy London streets? We'll get to that. Nevertheless, our mythology has grown around the case for over 100 years. You've heard about it, I'm sure, and if you don't, then guess what? We're gonna start at ground zero, we're going to work our way up. Because there's a lot of Jack the Ripper theories out there, and I'm going to say that most of them are bullshit. But first, we've got to hear the bullshit, right? We have to break apart the bullshit before we can get to the truth. And who better than to present the official narrative than Mr. Spock himself? Let's boldly go where every basic bitch true crime enthusiast has gone before. Let's take a look at the Jack the Ripper case. What most people know about it. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's cut the music. Let's do this thing.
During the autumn of 1888, there occurred one of the most baffling crimes in the files of Scotland Yard. In the Whitechapel area of London's East End, women walked in fear of their lives. A wave of terror had been caused by an elusive murderer known as Jack the Ripper.
How do I get an intro
This
jam
series
like this?
presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Fucking bass.
London, the center of the Victorian Empire, on whose colonies the sun never set. The home of kings and queens, of magnificent monuments that only 1,000 years of royalty could build. But it was also a city of cruel paradoxes. No one knows how many vagrants wandered the East End streets, attempting to eke out an existence. Jack London called them the people of the abyss. Poor, miserable human beings clinging to the garbage heap of life. Against this backdrop would be played one of the most provocative, unsolved crimes of the 19th century. Investigations continue to this day, with growing evidence that while Jack the Ripper's victims were from England's lowest class, his deeds directly affected many of the most powerful people in the land. On the night of August 31st, 1888, Mary Ann Nichols, a woman separated from her husband, found herself once again in the wretched East End. She had no money to secure a bed at a common lodging house where she had previously stayed. She pleaded, begging for a free bed.
Realizing the hopelessness of her cause, Mary Nichols decided that she would sell her precious bonnet for the entrance fee.
Not her precious bonnet!
Less than 1.5 hours later, she became the first victim of Jack the Ripper.
That bonnet had
Donald
one more day
Rumbelow
till
is a member
retirement.
of London's Metropolitan Police Force.
The East End at nightly had something like about 7,000 of these women either walking the streets or trying to get into the common lodging houses or doss houses. Even 20 years later, when Jack London came to London, he found that women like this could be bought for a loaf of stale bread or for a penny or tuppence at the most. They were living below the starvation level. And so if somebody offered them as little as 6pence or a shilling, or even 4pence, which was the price for a bed for the night, they would have gone with him.
The deaths of wayward women provided headline fare for London's tabloids. The question that most fascinated the public: how did the killer commit his crimes so easily?
How he do that thing he do?
Once the Ripper had got them to a quiet place, then it would have been quite an easy matter for him to have strangled them very quickly into unconsciousness. Almost certainly he would not have used the knife straight away. The women died from the effects of a cut throat, but there was bruising and there were other marks to show that they were probably stunned into unconsciousness, strangled or partly strangled, and then when they were lying on the ground, only then was the knife used.
The press claimed that the killer threatened all of London. In fact, he prowled only within a 1.5 square mile area. 8 days after killing Mary Nichols, he began stalking again. Less than 10 minutes walk from the first murder site, Annie Chapman would become his second victim. Somehow, the psychopathic needs of the killer were not being satisfied. He then etched himself in history by being the first murderer to send crazed, rambling notes to the press, taunting the police, chiding them, daring them to capture him.
Spooky.
Dear boss, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about leather apron gave me real fits. My knife is so nice and sharp. I want to get to work right away if I get a chance. Keep this letter till I do a bit more work. Then give it out straight.
Providing police with clues to his real identity became a game. He began giving all too accurate predictions of his next plans, and finally, he invented a name for himself: Jack the Ripper.
Spooky.
In the darkened alleys of the East End, Catherine Eddowes made her way home alone. She was not particularly afraid now. Nothing had been heard from the killer in over 3 weeks. There was no way she could know that on this night, Elizabeth Stride had already been murdered. But apparently, because the killer was dissatisfied by some aspect of the act, he needed to murder again.
Ripping in them streets!
Another example of the way his disturbed mind was working. He began arranging the few meager possessions of his victims in weird patterns at their feet. Was he, in some way, attempting to hint at his real identity? Stephen Knight authored a book on the historic murders.
The greatest clue of all was the only clue to be left by Jack the Ripper, and this was a message chalked on a wall near the fourth murder, that of Catherine Eddowes.
The hastily chalked message was cryptic and mysterious. Some believed it referred to a secret brotherhood called the Freemasons.
It had a very weird effect in that the Chief Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Sir Charles Warren, as soon as he heard about the message, rushed to the East End and personally washed it off. This was incredible behavior. It was the only clue left by the Ripper, and he obliterated it. He never explained why.
Sir Charles Warren was one of the most influential Freemasons in England. Was there some Masonic clue in the message that motivated Sir Charles, who was also the police commissioner, to erase it? Did his own Masonic membership force him to do this? Was it evidence of some sort of cover-up?
Every profession in this country has members who belong to the Masonic order. It's very much connected with royalty. They are a secret order, not very much of them is known.
Royalty, you say?
You only know if you talk to any ex-Mason. Because of its secrecy, it's a sworn, closed brotherhood that help each other in their own careers. At the same time, they help each other keep secrets in and out of their careers. And if you have a secret that you wish to be kept, it could not be in safer hands. They are sworn more to each other than they are to their wives and their families.
Freemasonry began in the Middle Ages with the establishment of construction guilds. The builders of some of Europe's most magnificent cathedrals, they surrounded themselves in an aura of mystery and religious symbolism, soon attracting followers from other arenas. Frederick the Great, King of Prussia, was a Freemason. Likewise, the first President of the United States, George Washington.
There you go.
Even the
George
dollar
Washington,
bill,
Jack
with
the
its
Ripper.
Masonic all-seeing eye of God, reflected how deeply the Masons had penetrated all levels of society.
Spooky dooky penetration.
But the Honorable Earl of Carnarvon, Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England at the time of Jack the Ripper, was perhaps the most powerful Mason of all. Only he and a few other highly ranked Freemasons knew the true power of the secret organization.
The basic tenet of Freemasonry is secrecy. And to protect this, Freemasons say in their ritual that they will go to any lengths. Nobody is really expected to take this seriously. It is basically pantomime. For instance, in the first degree of Freemasonry, that of the entered apprentice, an initiate swears to have his throat cut from left to right if he betrays Masonic secrets. He also agrees to cut the throat of a fellow Mason from left to right if he betrays Masonic secrets. This is meant to be purely ritual and pantomime, but in the case of Jack the Ripper, a leading Freemason took the various brutal oaths of Masonry absolutely literally and carried them out.
Was Jack the Ripper a high-ranking Freemason? To find the answer, In Search of cameras would have to explore the world of English royalty.
Royalty and Freemasons? Oh my God, this is getting deep.
The interest and fascination with Jack the Ripper lives on, however, despite the absence of most of the physical evidence, including files that were supposedly tucked safely away in the secure vaults of Scotland Yard. Dr. J.M. Cameron, chief pathologist of the Home Office, has dealt with the problem of these sketchy files while pursuing his own personal investigation.
I feel that any police officer nowadays would be disgusted with any of his juniors or the pathologist if they were to submit reports, as we are led to believe were submitted in the Jack the Ripper cases. There have been many views and passed as to who it could have been, whether he was a medical man or had medical knowledge, or whether they had any knowledge as to, say, a butcher or a fishmonger. There is no evidence in any of the photographs that I've seen of the victims which would lead me to believe that he was a doctor, because if he was, or if he were to be, he should have been struck off the medical register because of his technique. On reviewing all the cases, it is obvious that the majority of the assaults took place from behind. None were heard to scream other than one. This assault from behind is not uncommon even today, particularly by an impotent male using the knife as a phallic symbol.
Gross.
Despite all of the theories filling the tabloids, the public was in no way prepared for the description of the killer's last murder. Marie Jeanette Kelly was killed inside her living quarters, and it was obvious to the police who found the body that the barbarity of this particularly vicious act far exceeded anything that Jack the Ripper had previously exhibited. How could the murders have been committed within potential view and earshot of so many people? What made it possible for the killer to escape so easily?
How he did that thing he
Especially
did.
with the police on alert in Whitechapel.
If it had been a person, a man, for instance, or a woman from that part of London, a working class person who lived in those overcrowded conditions, there's really little chance that he would have got away with it. A man roaming the streets covered in blood, going into a common lodging house, would have been seen by his fellow people. He would have been spotted by his own kind. If you think of it as being a middle-class person, then essentially you're up against the same problems, because the middle-class person would either have come from Whitechapel or the environs, or have come outside Whitechapel and would needed transport. They would have had to hire a hackney carriage, and a hackney carriage would have had a driver who would have seen a man covered in blood running away from the East End in a hurry. So we felt it was more than likely to be a moneyed person, an aristocrat, fairly high up in some sort of government, who had this ability to remain anonymous.
What a logical deduction.
To run away in a hurry.
That makes sense.
Some theorize today that for the murderer to repeatedly escape, there probably was a conspiracy involving Buckingham Palace.
Oh, well, of course. Where else?
Queen Victoria, the matriarch, the power of England, now sat
not
on an
amused.
uncertain throne. Her monarchy shaken by disloyal colonies and scandals from within. Her eldest son, first in line to the throne, who would later become King Edward VII, had embarrassed the Queen with his less than discreet private life. And his son, the Duke of Clarence, was rumored to be going slowly insane as a result of syphilis, contracted when he was 16. Some thought one more family scandal would be the last necessary ingredient to bring down the entire empire.
Bring down the empire, you say?
Further evidence supporting the royal family involvement. Sir William Gull, the personal physician to the Duke of Clarence, was seen rushing along the Whitechapel streets on nights that many of the murders occurred. Why was the good doctor in the rough East End late at night? The police questioned nearly everyone, but they were actually searching the area for a well-spoken man of medium build, fair complexion, between 20 and 40. Interestingly enough, the Duke matched that description nearly perfectly.
Perfectly.
Was it possible that a man second in line to the throne of England could have been one of the most brutal murderers in history?
I mean, case closed.
Of all the suspects, he was the only Freemason.
Well, I mean, there you go.
But the most potent evidence against the Duke did not come to light until nearly a century after the 5 killings. Sir William Gull, the royal physician to the Duke, maintained a detailed medical history and a diary of his patient's entire life. In 1970, the information they contained found its way to the eminent British physician and ranking Freemason, Dr. Thomas Stowell. Although bound by an oath of secrecy, Dr. Stowell charged in a magazine called The Criminologist and during a BBC interview that the Duke of Clarence was indeed Jack the Ripper. Strangely enough, 7 days later, he recanted in the London Times. And within a week, he was dead. 2 days later, his son reported that the family had burned all the doctor's files in the Jack the Ripper case. The only real evidence that linked the Duke of Clarence to the crimes had been destroyed.
Spooky.
The Duke of Clarence died 4 years after the Whitechapel murders. These years spent in medical confinement. No public reason for his death was ever given. Today, Englishmen and foreigners alike might find it difficult to believe that the identity of Jack the Ripper was known and covered up for political reasons. Nevertheless, recent evidence suggests this theory of government
Political
conspiracy
reasons, you say.
is not beyond the realm of possibility. Jack the Ripper was the first mass murderer to receive international press coverage. Such publicity undoubtedly stimulated his psychopathic needs. Since that time, other violent criminals have been inspired by his ability to capture the attention of the press. Unfortunately, this is the most profound part of the legacy left by Jack the Ripper.
So you're saying to yourself, Spirit, why are we even here? You heard Dr. Spock. There he is. There's Jack the Ripper. There he is, right there. That's him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. He was a Freemason. He was part of the royal family, and he was a man between 20 and 40 with a semi-light complexion. What more is there to see? Why are we here? Why are we gonna be here for the next couple hours? I'm just warning you. Because we're gonna get deep up to the elbow in this. Because we gotta break down the mythology. You just heard the myth. Dr. Spock came from the planet Genesis to deliver the good word about Jack the Ripper to you. What more is there to hear, right? Well, let's get into it. Let's break this apart. Let's look at the history. I want to introduce you to a few of the characters you're gonna see in this. But first, let's set the stage. Let's set the scene. It's 1888. It's London's East End. It's the Whitechapel district. People don't tend to own homes because they are so poor. So what you had was common lodging houses. You would pay a fee and you would go sleep in a house with about 20 other people on a dirty, pissy, shitty, bed-encrusted mattress filled with straw. Sounds delightful, right? I wish I could go take a time machine back then. Let's introduce some of the characters in this play we're about to witness. This is Sir Charles Warren. He was an officer in the British Royal Engineers. He was one of the earliest European archaeologists into Palestine, and particularly the Temple Mount. He also helped discover the location of the biblical city of Jericho. He was a member of the Church of England and a Freemason. Charles Warren is appointed the Chief Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police in March 1886. In the month that his commissionership began, it was announced that a substantial sum had been allocated towards the building of a new central police station. This is what the press had to say about that at the time. Sir Charles Warren has lost no time in commencing the work of reorganizing the police force. He has decided upon the necessity of erecting a central police station which is to be the headquarters of the Metropolitan Constabulary. £200,000 is spoken of as the sum which will be expended on the site and building, and already inquiries are being made about a suitable site. Other things are more urgently required than an outlay upon bricks and mortar, and it is to be hoped that the new commissioner will not feel satisfied by introducing a little more exterior impressiveness and a little more military precision. No doubt Scotland Yard is deficient in its arrangements and accommodation, and defective offices, both in public and private business, often produce defective work. Probably Sir Charles is right. In another way, externals have a great effect upon employees. The whole police system at present stands impressed with the hole and corner character of Scotland Yard. Here's another article about Warren. Sir Charles Warren is a man with an iron hand, and in the force, he is getting himself disliked. Being himself a staunch teetotaler, to say nothing of his psalm-smiting proclivities, he holds no sympathy with those constables who are not yet convinced that water is the only liquid that a policeman should consume. Sir Edmund Henderson was an easygoing chief, and I believe was never known to discourage or reduce a constable for the first offense of being under the influence of a drink. Sir Charles Warren holds entirely different views and is very severe upon officers who have, even for the first time, been reported as having taken a drop too much. No doubt Sir Charles Warren works with the best motives, but it is quite possible that if he makes his lines so hard and fast, he will drive from active service valuable men and thus bring a hornet's nest about his ears that will push him from office within the next 12 months. Police, in the business, that's what we call foreshadowing. Police are not sent down from heaven pure, undefiled, and temptation-proof. They have their little weaknesses, like other people, and the chief who refuses to tolerate them because they don't happen to reach his ideal will presently find that he will not be able to get laborers to work in his vineyard. There are abuses in our police system which should have been purged away years ago. At the same time, it must be borne in mind that the force contains a host of honest and capable men who, rather than stay and be throttled by a chief who insists on pulling the string too tightly, will retire at the earliest opportunity. In May 1886, Warren issued an order that all dogs be muzzled on the streets of the metropolis that were not on a lead or properly muzzled. They would be considered as not under proper control, and even if the dog was close to and following its owner. The owners of any such dogs would be issued with a police summons for allowing the dog to be at large. However, many London dog owners simply ignored the edict, and so on Wednesday, June 16, 1886, Warren issued a further order stating that, quote, "For the next 3 months in the Metropolitan Police District, any dog not under, quote, proper control in a public place or place used by the public will be seized by the police." The press were dubbing it the London Dog Hunt. And you think this isn't relevant, but it will be. It was the first time in his tenure that the new commissioner faced open hostility from the newspapers, but it would not be the last. The press had a field day with Warren's war on London's canine population, and numerous cartoons and articles were soon making mirth of his tough stance. In early July, George Sims, writing in his Dagonet column in Referee, highlighted a case in which a dog had been beaten to death on the streets of London by seemingly overzealous police officers. The story of the policeman who beat the brains out of a muzzled dog on a doorstep in Baker Street does not read prettily. The dog had just been let out, and there is not the slightest reason to believe that there was anything the matter with him. I can quite understand and sympathize with the feelings of the lady who resented the cruel butchery being carried out on her premises. The force of foolery can no further go than this. A muzzled dog, a harmless pet, runs out of its owner's front door for a moment and is instantly seized and beaten to death by a posse of policemen under the command of an inspector. Pasteur has much to answer for. It is becoming every day more and more patent that this panic is being fostered in the interests of vivisection. Hundreds of cases of hydrophobia are deliberately manufactured in order to keep down the opposition to the cutting up of living animals. But even vivisection, as conducted by the Pasteurites, pales in its ineffectual fires before the vivisection of tame muzzled dogs is carried out by the police upon doorsteps. Doorsteps are not licensed for that purpose at present. And Sir Charles Warren might remind his young men of the fact. That's right, the cops always kill dogs. The press was completely against Warren after Bloody Sunday on 13th November 1887, when a demonstration by protesters in Trafalgar Square was broken up and accused of police brutality. And then Warren resigns in the middle of the Ripper investigation under pressure from the press. Our next person of interest, Sir Robert Anderson. He's the second assistant commissioner of the London Metropolitan Police from 1888 to 1901. Check this out. He was an intelligence officer involved in operations against the Irish Republican Brotherhood and secret political organizations related to the Fenian Brotherhood. Anderson thought the murders were grossly over-sensationalized by the press. He's promoted to the Criminal Investigation Department just as the CID is beginning its investigation of the Ripper murders. And almost immediately afterwards, on doctor's orders, he's sent to Switzerland and leaving the Metropolitan Police leaderless during the Ripper murders. He was called back a month later because of increased bad publicity over the murders, about which he later wrote, quote, "When the stolid English go in for a scare, they take all leave of moderation and common sense. If nonsense were solid, the nonsense that was talked and written about those murders would sink a dreadnought." He also wrote that the victims belong to a very small class of degraded women who frequent the East End streets. Man, it's hard to get that streets out of the habit. The East End streets after midnight in hope of unveiling belated drunkards or men as degraded as themselves. Our next character, Chief Inspector Don Swanson. He was involved in preventing Fenian terrorist attacks in London during the 1880s. And on the 15th of September 1888, Commissioner Sir Charles Warren issues a memorandum to Robert Anderson, Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police and Chief of the Criminal Investigation Department, placing Swanson in overall charge of the investigation into the murder of Annie Chapman. Don Swanson, the man with the mustache, is the one with all of the information regarding the investigation. But I hear what you're saying. Why are we even even talking about this. We need to know. I don't care about Fenian terrorism. I want to know who killed those hookahs. I want to know who killed those 5 hookahs. Let's start there, shall we? Was it even 5? Was it? Let's find out.
It is now generally accepted, and is often stated, that Jack the Ripper had 5 victims, and these 5 victims are often referred to as the canonical 5. Their murders took place between August the 31st and November the 9th, 1888, and they were Mary Nichols, murdered on August the 31st, Annie Chapman, murdered on September the 8th, Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, both of whom were murdered in the early hours of Sunday the 30th of September, and Mary Kelly, whose murder took place in her room at 13 Miller's Court on Friday the 9th of November. But comb the official records, or even the press reports concerning the crimes, and you will find no mention of these 5 victims as the canonical 5. In fact, you won't find any mention of it prior to 1987, when the term was first coined by scholar, researcher and author, the late Martin Fido, to describe the 5 aforementioned women who for many years now have been considered the victims of Jack the Ripper. But, in truth, it is not an established fact that Jack the Ripper did have 5 victims. Even Martin did not express certainty that the number was 5, and he once commented that it could be as few as 4 or as many as 8. So from where do we get the idea that there were 5 victims? The first thing to note when addressing the actual number of victims is that since we do not know who Jack the Ripper was, it is impossible to say with any degree of certainty how many victims he actually had. The Whitechapel murders file, the generic police file on the case, has on it the names of 11 victims, 2 of which, Emma Smith and Martha Tabram, were murdered before the murder of Mary Nichols, who is widely regarded as the first of Jack the Ripper's victims, and 4 of which, Rose Mylett, Alice Mackenzie, the unknown victim, known simply as the Pinchin Street Torso, and Frances Coles, were murdered after the death of Mary Kelly, who is generally considered to have been the last victim of Jack the Ripper. At the time of the murders, several commentators were of the opinion that Martha Tabram, murdered on August the 7th, 1888, was a victim of the same perpetrator who was responsible for the deaths of the later canonical 5 victims. Dr. Thomas Bond, the divisional police surgeon for the Metropolitan Police's A Division, who was asked on the 25th of October by the then Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Robert Anderson, to assist in the Whitechapel murders investigation, having studied the inquest testimonies on the murders that had occurred up to that date, opined that Mary Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes were killed by the same hand. Thus he dismissed Emma Smith and Martha Tabram as victims. In the aftermath of the murder of Mary Kelly, Bond submitted a report in which he stated emphatically that all 5 murders were no doubt committed by the same hand. Then, following the murder of Alice Mackenzie on the 17th of July 1889, Bond reported that I am of the opinion that the murder was performed by the same person who committed the former series of Whitechapel murders. So it would appear that he also considered Alice Mackenzie a victim of Jack the Ripper. On December the 30th, 1888, the Sunday Times reported that the police are of the opinion that the last 5 murders were a series and that the first 2 were independently perpetrated. So, if the article is actually quoting a police source, then by the end of 1888, the official belief appears to have been that Emma Smith and Martha Tabram were not victims of Jack the Ripper. In 1910, Sir Robert Anderson, who became the head of the Criminal Investigation Department and Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police on August the 31st, 1888, the day of Mary Nichols' murder, and who left London for a recuperative break in Switzerland on the 8th of September, the day of Annie Chapman's murder, writing on the crimes in his autobiography, The Lighter Side of My Official Life, was of the opinion that Martha Tabram had been a victim of Jack the Ripper. He wrote, "The second of the crimes known as the Whitechapel murders was committed the night before I took office, and the third occurred the night of the day on which I left London." Later in the book, he stated that the last and most horrible of that maniac's crimes was committed in a house in Miller's Court on the 9th of November. So Anderson evidently considered the Jack the Ripper murders to have started with that of Martha Tabram on the 7th of August and to have ended with that of Mary Kelly on the 9th of November. By contrast, Sir Melville Macnaghten, who joined the Metropolitan Police as Assistant Chief Constable in June 1889, in his autobiography, Days of My Years, published in 1914, devoted a chapter to laying the ghost of Jack the Ripper. And in it he stated that, "Suffice it at present to say that the Whitechapel murderer committed 5 murders, and to give the devil his due, no more." Having discounted Emma Smith and Martha Tabram as Jack the Ripper victims, McNaughton went on to state that the first real Whitechapel murder took place on August the 31st, when Mary Ann Nichols was found in Bucks Row with her throat cut and her body slightly mutilated. He then goes on to list Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes as ascertained victims, before concluding that on the morning of the 9th of November, Mary Jeanette Kelly was found murdered in a room in Miller's Court, Dorset Street. This was the last of the series. Leonard Matters, whose book, The Mystery of Jack the Ripper, The World's Greatest Crime Problem, published in 1928, was the first major full-length study of the case, was of the opinion that Martha Tabram was the first victim of Jack the Ripper and Mary Kelly was the last. He wrote that, between the first and the last murder, definitely accepted by all competent authorities as having been committed by this extraordinary criminal, precisely 3 months and 2 days elapsed. Later in the book, having covered the murder of Emma Smith in April 1888 and having dismissed her as a victim, he stated that 4 months later, on another bank holiday night, what I am convinced was the first of the Ripper murders occurred, that of Martha Turner, whose dead and mutilated body was found lying on the landing of George Yard Buildings. On the next page, he reiterated the point that Martha Turner, as he referred to Martha Tabram, had been a victim of Jack the Ripper. He wrote, "The murder of Martha Turner on August bank holiday in 1888 must be accepted by the careful investigator as the first of the Ripper crimes." Frederick Porter Wensley, who joined the Metropolitan Police in January 1888 and who spent many years serving with H Division, wrote in his memoirs, Detective Days, published in 1931, that officially only 5, with a possible 6th, murders were attributed to Jack the Ripper. On the other hand, ex-Chief Inspector Walter Dew, who had begun working with H Division in 1887 and was therefore involved in the hunt for Jack the Ripper, was certainly of the opinion that Martha Tabram was one of his victims, as he wrote in his autobiography, I Caught Crippen, published in 1938, that, whatever may be said about the death of Emma Smith, there can be no doubt that the August Bank Holiday murder, which took place in George Yard Buildings, was the handiwork of the dread Ripper. It is more than apparent that the police officers and doctors who were involved with the case held different opinions as to precisely how many of the 11 victims listed on the Whitechapel murders file were actually killed by Jack the Ripper. So where did the certainty that there were 5 victims come from? Well, it has to do with a report that was compiled by Melville McNaughton in February 1894. In that month, the Sun newspaper had published a series of articles in which it was claimed that journalists from the newspaper knew the identity of Jack the Ripper, who was then, so the articles claimed, an inmate at Broadmoor Criminal Lunatic Asylum. The person in question, although not actually named, was Thomas Cutbush, and part of the article dealt with his supposed victims under the headline, The Terrible List. It went on to attribute 9 of the 11 Whitechapel murders to Cutbush, omitting Emma Smith and Rose Mylett as victims. As a result of the Sun's articles, Melville McNaughton compiled what is now known as the McNaughton Memoranda, dated the 23rd of February 1894, in which he refuted the claims made by the newspaper. With regards to the number of victims, McNaughton wrote, "Now the Whitechapel murderer had 5 victims, and 5 victims only." He then went on to name the victims as Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Kelly, whilst also refuting the Sun's claim that the other 4 victims were murdered by the same killer. McNaughton's memoranda did not become public knowledge until the late 1950s, but when it did, the idea of there being 5 victims of Jack the Ripper began to crystallize in the minds of researchers and authors alike, and thus the concept of the canonical 5 was often thereafter presented and accepted as an ascertained fact. Today, however, there is a great deal of debate over whether some of the 5 were in fact Jack the Ripper victims. Elizabeth Stride, for example, may, so a growing number of commentators believe, have been murdered by a different hand, and it is claimed in some quarters is only accepted as a victim of Jack the Ripper because her death took place on the same night as that of Catherine Eddowes. Others argue that Mary Kelly may have been the victim of a different killer and point out that the modus operandi of the perpetrator was different in her case, a fact that others explain by pointing out that, since her murder was the only one to take place indoors, the killer had plenty of time to go about his bloody business, and was able to satisfy his bloodlust to the full. Many commentators now believe that Martha Tabram, murdered on the 7th of August, was in fact the first victim of Jack the Ripper, and they explain the difference in her injuries as being the result of the perpetrator having not, at that time, fully developed his MO. Of course, the truth is that although we can make comparisons and find similarities between the injuries sustained by particular victims that suggest that they were the work of the same killer, without knowing for certain who that killer was, it is impossible to arrive at a definitive conclusion as to how many victims he actually had. If the doctors and police officers who were there at the time held different opinions on which of the victims were murdered by Jack the Ripper, what chance do we have to arrive at a definitive list, separated as we are from the evidence by the passage of more than 133 years? And let's be honest, since the name Jack the Ripper was probably a fiction created by an enterprising London journalist in late September 1888 as a signatory to the infamous Dear Boss missive, then the person who wrote the letter was most certainly not the person who carried out any of the murders. So, in reality, Jack the Ripper did in fact have 0 victims.
I need to give a shout out to this channel because I'm going to be using a lot of their information in videos tonight. Shout out to Jack the Ripper Tours on YouTube. Great channel. If you are into this kind of stuff, go subscribe to them because one of the few and only channels out there that doesn't sensationalize things, just presents you with real and honest history, and that's what we're here about. I hear what you're saying. Okay, Spirit, I see where you're going with this. There's uncertainty about how many victims Jack the Ripper even had. Maybe it was 5, maybe it was 2, maybe it was 1, maybe it was 17, 6 million for all that matter. There was the Thames torso. There was the Pinchin Street torso. There were a lot of unsolved murders going on in Whitechapel. But Spirit, Jack the Ripper, whether he had 1 or 2 or 6 million victims, of course he existed. He sent spooky letters. Mr. Spock told me so. And he was the chief science officer on the Starship Computer Prize. What are you talking about? Jack the Ripper never existed. I'm sorry, did you listen to that last video? Those letters were the work of an enterprising journalist. Don't believe me? We're gonna get into the evidence for it, and I'm going to warn you, we're gonna get very video heavy for a while. So, kick your feet up, grab a drink, let's dig into history.
Between August the 31st and November the 9th, 1888, 5 brutal and shocking murders brought terror and panic to the East End of London. The perpetrator of the heinous crimes was never brought to justice, and to this day his identity remains one of history's most enduring mysteries. At first, the killer was referred to as the Whitechapel murderer or fiend, then as Leather Apron. But in late September, a letter was sent to the Central News Agency, which was based in this building on New Bridge Street in the City of London. Written in red ink and couched in boastful and mocking terms, the letter began, "Dear Boss, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet." Having stated that "I am down on whores and I shan't quit ripping them till I do get buckled," the author gloated that he loved his work and that he wanted to start again, warned that they would soon hear of him with his funny little games, and threatened that the next job he did, he would clip the ladies' ears off and send to the police officers. Having urged them to keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, the author signed his missive Jack the Ripper, a name that chillingly encapsulated the horror and revulsion that the crimes were generating. Convinced that the letter was a prank, the Central News did nothing with it for 2 days. But on the 29th of September, an employee of the agency, Thomas Bulling, forwarded it to Chief Constable Adolphus Frederick Williamson at Scotland Yard with a covering letter that read, "The editor presents his compliments to Mr. Williamson and begs to inform him the enclosed was sent to the Central News 2 days ago and was treated as a joke." Within 24 hours of the police receiving the letter, in the early hours of the 30th of September, the murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes took place, leaving the police with little choice but to take a closer look at the outlandish claims and threats that had been made by Jack the Ripper in the Dear Boss letter. Then, on Monday, the 1st of October, a postcard arrived at the Central News, which was smeared with what appeared to be blood, and which again purported to have come from the killer. It read, "I wasn't codding, dear old boss, when I gave you the tip. You'll hear about Saucy Jackie's work tomorrow. Double event this time. Number 1 squealed a bit, couldn't finish straight off. Had no time to get ears for police. Thanks for keeping last letter back till I got to work again. Jack the Ripper." Desperate for a breakthrough, the Metropolitan Police took the decision to make the Dear Boss letter and the Saucy Jackie postcard public, and within days, facsimiles of them were appearing in newspapers nationwide. The resultant publicity encouraged hoaxers across the country to reach for their pens, and hundreds of similar prank letters flooded in, many of them bearing the name by which the unknown miscreant would be ever after known, Jack the Ripper. It is highly unlikely that the writer of the Dear Boss letter and the unknown miscreant responsible for the Whitechapel murders were one and the same person. The perpetrator of the crimes may have been any one of the many suspects whose names have been put forward over the years, but Jack the Ripper was the person that composed the Dear Boss missive that bore that signature, although it has to be said that the two have now become so intertwined that any distinction between them is blurred to the point of being indistinguishable. But the two were almost certainly different people, and in this video I shall be looking at the possible identity of the author of the Dear Boss letter as opposed to the perpetrator of the Whitechapel murders, and I will present you with the names of those who have, over the years, been put forward as the possible creator of criminal history's most infamous nom de plume. Despite the fact that the police had taken the Dear Boss letter seriously enough to release facsimiles of it to the newspapers, Sir Charles Warren, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, appears to have entertained serious doubts as to its having been written by the perpetrator of the atrocities almost from the outset. On the 10th of October, 1888, he wrote to Sir Godfrey Lushington, the Permanent Undersecretary at the Home Office, to inform him of his reservations. "At present, I think the whole thing a hoax, but of course we are bound to try and ascertain the writer in any case. It appears that at the time there was a widespread belief amongst those in the know that the letter's writer was a member of the press. According to Sir Robert Anderson, who throughout the murders was the head of the Criminal Investigation Department and the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, the Dear Boss letter was the creation of an enterprising London journalist. The crime writer and journalist Edgar Wallace would later recall that, in his days as a reporter, the better-informed Fleet Street men was satisfied that a newspaperman was behind the letters. However, one of the first people to air publicly the suspicion that the letter's author was a journalist was George R. Sims, who in his weekly column in the Referee newspaper on Sunday the 7th of October, 1888, opined that the fact that the self-postcard proclaimed assassin sent his imitation blood-besmeared communication to the Central News people opens up a wide field for theory. How many among you, my dear readers, would have hit upon the idea of the Central News as a receptacle for your confidence? You may have sent your joke to the Telegraph, the Times, any morning or evening newspaper, but I will lay odds that it would never have occurred to you to communicate with a press agency. Curious, is it not, that this maniac makes his communication to an agency which serves the entire press? It is an idea which might occur to a pressman, perhaps, and even then it would probably only occur to someone connected with the editorial department of a newspaper, someone who knew what the Central News was and the place it filled in the business of news supply. This proceeding on Jack's part betrays an inner knowledge of the newspaper world, which is certainly surprising. Everything therefore points to the fact that the jokist is professionally connected to the press. A year later, Charles Tempest Clarkson and J. Hall Richardson, in their book Police, wrote that the fame of Jack the Ripper spread far and wide. It is probable that nothing would have been heard of this cognomen had it not been for the indiscretion of Scotland Yard in publishing a facsimile of sensational letters sent to a news agency, which thereby gave to these interesting documents the stamp of official authority. In their retirement, several of the senior police officers who had been involved in the Whitechapel murders case would state that they actually knew the identity of the pressman who had coined the name Jack the Ripper. In his memoirs, which was serialized in Blackwood's magazine in March 1910, Sir Robert Anderson had this to say about the letter. The subject will come up again, and I will only add here that the Jack the Ripper letter, which is preserved in the Police Museum at Scotland Yard, is the creation of an enterprising London journalist. There was also a footnote in which Anderson revealed the reason for his reticence in naming the author of the letter. Having regard to the interest attaching to this case, I should almost be tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer and of the pressman who wrote the letter above referred to, provided that the publishers would accept all responsibility in view of a possible libel action. Anderson's reminiscences received widespread press coverage themselves, and on Saturday the 16th of April 1910, the East London Observer published the following letter. Echoes of the Whitechapel Murders. To the editor of the East London Observer. Sir Robert Anderson, who is just now before the public eye, may like to know that the postcards, apparently written with blood, received by the H Division of Police were the work of an enterprising local penny a liner who used his foreknowledge to line the reports of the receipt of these strange missives. At the time, the daily papers seized with avidity any murder news, and as the postcards were received by the police, the truth of the reports could not be denied. It never occurred to the intelligence CID that they could have traced the authorship of both postcards and reports. They know better now. Yours truly, a wide-awake Eastender, 11th of April, 1910. It should be pointed out, neither the Dear Boss letter nor the Saucy Jackie postcard were received by the Metropolitan Police's H Division, nor by any division for that matter, as they were in fact sent to the Central News. So either this Eastender was referring to different letters, or he was not as wide awake as he believed he was. Another senior officer who claimed to have had suspicions about the identity of the author of the Dear Boss letter was Sir Melville Macnaghten, who had joined the Metropolitan Police in June 1889 as Assistant Chief Constable. He retired in 1913 and published his memoirs titled Days of My Years in 1914. In a chapter devoted to Jack the Ripper, he looked back on the letter that was, he said, received at a well-known news agency addressed to the boss. Having commented that he considered it a mistake for the police to have made the letter public, he stated that, "In this ghastly production, I have always thought I could detect the stained forefinger of the journalist. Indeed, a year later, I had shrewd suspicions as to the actual author. But whoever did pen the gruesome stuff, it is certain to my mind that it was not the mad miscreant who had committed the murders." The name Jack the Ripper, however, had got abroad in the land and had caught on. It riveted the attention of the classes as well as the masses. So two high-ranking police officers evidently were of the opinion that the Dear Boss letter that coined the name Jack the Ripper was the invention of a journalist, and both hinted that they knew his identity, but both were unwilling to name him. However, one retired detective who had no qualms about naming the pressman responsible was ex-Detective Chief Inspector John George Littlechild, who on the 23rd of September 1913 replied to a letter from George Sims seeking information about the murderer's identity. With regard to the term Jack the Ripper, it was generally believed at the Yard that Tom Bullen of the Central News was the originator, but it is probable Moore, who was his chief, was the inventor. The man whom Littlechild refers to as Tom Bullen was in fact Thomas J. Bulling, and he was indeed employed at the Central News in 1888 at the time of the Whitechapel murders. In fact, it was he who had forwarded the Dear Boss letter to Scotland Yard on the 29th of September. Interestingly, it was also he who notified Chief Constable Williamson of a third missive from Jack the Ripper that he said had been received at the agency on the evening of Friday the 5th of October. Bulling didn't actually forward the letter this time, but sent a transcription of it along with the envelope in which it had been enclosed. His accompanying note read, "Dear Mr. Williamson, at 5 minutes to 9 o'clock tonight we received the following letter, the envelope of which I enclose, by which you will see it is in the same handwriting as the previous communications." He then painstakingly transcribed the entire letter, in which reference was made to the discovery on the 2nd of October of the headless and limbless torso of a woman in the foundations of the new Scotland Yard building that was then being constructed between the Embankment and Whitehall, which the press had dubbed the Whitehall Mystery. "Dear friend, in the name of God, hear me. I swear I did not kill the female whose body was found at Whitehall. If she was an honest woman, I will hunt down and destroy her murderer. If she was a whore, God will bless the hand that slew her. For the women of Moab and Midian shall die, and their blood mingle with the dust. I never harm any others, or the divine power that protects and helps me in my grand work would quit forever. Do as I do, and the light of glory shall shine upon you. I must get to work tomorrow. Treble event this time. Yes, 3 must be ripped. We'll send you a bit of face by post. I promise this, dear old boss. The police now reckon my work a practical joke. Well, Jackie's a very practical joker. Ha ha. Keep this back till 3 are wiped out, and you can show the cold meat. Yours truly, Jack the Ripper." Bulling then added, "Yours truly, T.J. Bulling." The fact that Bulling chose to send the police the envelope but not the actual letter is, to say the least, intriguing, and the fact that he took the trouble to copy the letter in full rather than just forward the original is puzzling. Unless, of course, there was no third letter and Bulling had composed it himself. What is also intriguing is that the police appear to have asked the Central News not to make this third letter public, and in consequence it did not receive the same amount of publicity that the original Dear Boss letter and the Saucy Jackie postcard did. Perhaps it was this letter that led the police to suspect Bulling of being the author of the correspondence. There have also been suggestions that there were similarities between Bulling's handwriting and the handwriting of the Dear Boss letter. The other suspected author, according to Littlechild, was John Moore, although Littlechild refers to him as Charles Moore, who at the time was the manager of the Central News. Either way, the Central News played an integral part in the name Jack the Ripper becoming widely used for the unknown perpetrator of the Whitechapel murders, and there is no doubt that the agency profited enormously from the stories it was selling to the newspapers as a consequence of the letters. And it didn't take long for the name to permeate the public consciousness as hundreds of hoaxers reached for their pens and began composing their own letters from the perpetrator, many of which were sent to the police, thus almost overwhelming their investigation with a veritable tidal wave of bogus correspondence, whilst at the same time enabling the newspapers to wring every ounce of sensationalism from the correspondence. As Truth put it on Thursday, the 11th of October, "It is an ill wind, etc., and the Whitechapel horrors have proved a perfect godsend to the daily papers, occurring as they have done during the dead season. But what a fearful amount of trash has been written about them." No sooner was a letter signed Jack the Ripper published than hundreds of ghastly jokers at once addressed similar letters to the authorities, whilst constant readers wrote to their favourite organs to prove that the writer of the silly letter must have been the murderer. On the doctrine of probabilities, it is long odds against the murderer having written the Jack the Ripper letters. He may have, and so may thousands of others. Another possible culprit for authorship was suggested in August 1966 in an article that appeared in Crime and Detection, in which the author recalled a meeting he had had in 1931 with an ex-journalist whom he refers to only as Best, who, though well past 70, was spry and clear-minded. Their conversation turned to the Whitechapel murders, and Best talked of his days as a penny-a-liner on the Star newspaper, covering the crimes. He claimed that he and a provincial colleague had been responsible for all the Ripper letters in order to keep the business alive. Best told the author that a close reading of the Star of the time might be informative, and that an experienced graphologist with an open mind would be able to find in the original letters numerous earmarks of an experienced journalist at work. That Best should have worked for the Star is interesting, as the Star was the newspaper that in early September had gone to town over coverage of the escapades of Leather Apron. In fact, so lurid was the Star's reporting of Leather Apron that some commentators have expressed the opinion that the Star actually invented him. As September 1888 progressed and John Pizer was identified as Leather Apron but exonerated of any involvement in the crimes, mentions of this early suspect dwindled rapidly. But then the Jack the Ripper letter was made public, and the newspapers had a new bogeyman with which to terrify their readers. The Star, however, was openly critical of other newspapers' coverage of the Jack the Ripper letters, singling out the Daily Telegraph in particular for giving publicity to the correspondence and questioning why they should print facsimiles of the ghastly but very silly letters from Jack the Ripper. "We were offered them by the Central News," the paper revealed, and declined to print them. In his 2009 book, Jack the Ripper, Andrew Cook claimed that Star journalist Frederick Best had been the reporter who had picked up the Leather Apron story, which was then worked into the Leather Apron scare by senior members of the newspaper. When interest in this story died out following the exoneration of John Pizer, Best had come up with the Dear Boss letter. Andrew even quotes from a letter purportedly written by John Brunner, a shareholder in the Star, in which he stated that Best should have been dismissed from the newspaper for an attempt to mislead Central News during the Whitechapel murders. The book, which was subsequently made into a Channel 5 documentary, revealed Jack the Ripper, tabloid killer, even featured a graphologist who compared Frederick Best's handwriting with the handwriting of the letter to the Central News and concluded that in her opinion it was not anyone other than Best that wrote the Dear Boss letter. However, one other suspect whose name has been put forward as the author of the letter also had an association with the Star. On the 4th of October 1888, the Daily Telegraph published the facsimiles of the Dear Boss letter and the Saucy Jackie postcard and commented that the writer is probably an American or an Englishman who has mixed with our cousins on the other side of the Atlantic. Boss, fix me, shan't quit, and right away. are American forms of expression. It is interesting to note that the Star had several Americans on its staff. John Pennell, its art critic, for example, came from Baltimore. Henry Jackson Wells Dam, or Harry Dam as he was known, a journalist with a somewhat checkered past who was born in San Francisco, also worked for the paper. Dam came to London in 1887 and became the correspondent for several New York newspapers. When T.P. O'Connor launched the Star in January 1888, Dam also contributed articles to it. Lincoln Springfield, who had been the Star's chief reporter at the time of the murders, claimed in his 1924 autobiography that Dam, as a freeborn American, was not, as were the rest of us, cowed by the English libel laws, and it was Dam, so Springfield claimed, who created a sensation by pushing the idea that the murders were the work of a miscreant known as Leather Apron. In November 1890, the Reverend Henry A. Monroe, a New York pastor, published a series of articles in the New York Age about his trip to Europe that summer, which appeared under the generic title of A Pastor's Summer Abroad. On the 8th of November, he gave details of his experiences when he had gone slumming in London and had paid a visit to Whitechapel, which, he wrote, would never have furnished a literary sensation had it not been for the series of 8 atrocious murders that some maniac committed here. Few people in London believe in the genuineness of the Jack the Ripper letters, he continued. They were simply the invention of some sensational fool or else a newspaper fake. In fact, there is a strong suspicion that a New York World reporter might have been exercising his peculiar home talent just to try its effect upon our British cousins. This was the first hint of Harry Dam being behind the original Jack the Ripper correspondence, although it should be noted that Monroe didn't actually name the reporter in question. However, a little under a month later, Harry Dam was linked directly to the authorship of the Dear Boss letter by an article that appeared in the San Francisco Examiner. Commenting on the story in its edition of Thursday the 4th of December, the Carson City Morning Appeal couldn't resist punning. The Examiner claims that Harry Dam, an old newspaper man, is the author of the Jack the Ripper letters. They always had the appearance of being a damn fake to the Appeal. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Herald on Friday the 5th of December published the reaction to the claim of the man who had been the Star's proprietor at the time the letter was written. Jack the Ripper. Editor O'Connor goes away from home to learn the news. Chicago, December 4. Referring to the story that Harry Dam, a New York and San Francisco journalist, while at work on the London Star, concocted the Jack the Ripper letters, which created such a sensation in London in connection with the Whitechapel murders, T.P. O'Connor, MP, editor of the Star at the time, says he never heard of the story before and doesn't believe a word of it. And with that, our gallery of rogue reporters who may have been responsible for penning the most infamous name in criminal history is complete. The case against all of them was circumstantial, and any or none of them may have been the composer of the Dear Boss Jack the Ripper letter. Although there appears to be a consensus amongst the police and the denizens of Fleet Street at the time that a journalist had penned the missive, there was, it seems, no real consensus as to his identity, nor could there have been unless the author actually confessed his authorship. The highest-ranking police officers on the case claimed to have either known or suspected the author's identity, but were reluctant to actually go public with his name. The one police officer who did name any possible authors, in a private letter to George Sims, Detective Chief Inspector John George Littlechild suggested that the letter came from within the Central News Agency and was the work of either Tom Bulling or John Moore. Sadly, we don't know enough about them to be able to actually pass any judgment on their viability. Best does seem a promising nominee, but then again, so too does Harry Dam. The fact is that unless some private correspondence comes to light that reveals without a shadow of a doubt that one of them was behind the Dear Boss hoax, then we are destined to remain in the dark about who it was that actually wrote the letter and was therefore Jack the Ripper. What is certain, though, is that whoever the originator of the name was, he could not have realized as he scrawled that signature that he was about to create a legend that would turn a series of sordid East End murders into an international phenomenon, and that from that point on, the line that separated the unknown miscreant who was responsible for the Whitechapel atrocities from the fictional creation, Jack the Ripper, would become so blurred as to be virtually non-existent. And at that, to quote George Sims, I think I will leave it.
I see where you're going with this, Spirit. I see where you're going. Those spooky dooky letters were written by an enterprising possibly American journalist, why would he send the letters to the Central News Agency instead of just sending them to the newspaper? Who thinks to do that? Except somebody who works within the press, right? Okay, I see where you're going with this. But you can't fool me. I've seen your presentation before on Jack the Ripper, sir. There were more letters than that. There were more spooky dooky letters written in red ink. I've seen that movie with Johnny Depp, sir. There's that spooky from hell letter. I explain that. Explain that. It had a piece of the kidney. Explain that. Well, I'm gonna explain that again, just to warn you and remind you, we're gonna get a little video heavy for a while, but we're getting somewhere with this. But I need you to understand all of the aspects of this case before we can arrive at a conclusion. So, with that, let's talk about George Lusk and the From Hell letter.
Following the murder of Annie Chapman, which took place on the 8th of September 1888, a group of 16 East End businessmen and tradesmen got together and on the 10th of September formed the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, which was also known as the Mile End Vigilance Committee. Their treasurer was Joseph Aarons, proprietor of the Crown Tavern, whilst local builder and decorator Mr. George Lusk was made their president and chairman. Contrary to how they are often portrayed in films and television dramas about Jack the Ripper, they were not vigilantes. Their aim was to supplement the police presence on the streets of the East End at night by forming patrols that would go about the area in order to deter crime, whilst also keeping suspicious characters under observation until they could be reported to a police officer. But their main objective was to raise enough money to enable a substantial reward to be offered for information that might lead to the apprehension of the Whitechapel murderer. And to that end, the committee, and in particular their president and chairman, Mr. George Lusk, were extremely active in gaining publicity for their cause as they attempted to persuade the Home Secretary, Sir Henry Matthews, to sanction an official reward. On the 30th of September 1888, Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes were murdered within an hour of each other, and the public outcry at the police's inability to catch the perpetrator of the atrocities reached fever pitch. When it became known that, in the case of Catherine Eddowes, the killer had, in addition to his usual horrific mutilations, cut out and gone off with the victim's uterus and left kidney, that outcry went into overdrive. Then, in early October 1888, the police made public a letter which on the 27th of September had been sent to the Central News Agency on New Bridge Street in the City of London. The author of the missive claimed to be the perpetrator of the recent crimes, and he boasted in gloating terms about the police being unable to catch him. He also promised that he would clip the ears off his next victim and send them to the police. The letter bore the chilling signature, Jack the Ripper, and once the police released details of this name, it caught the public's imagination, and similar letters from Jack the Ripper began flooding in. A recurring threat in many of these letters was that the author would send a body part to the police officers who were investigating the case. Meanwhile, George Lusk and his fellow Vigilance Committee members had given up trying to persuade the Home Secretary to sanction an official reward, and on the 3rd of October, George Lusk had sent a letter to Queen Victoria herself asking her to ensure that a substantial reward be offered by her government. Once again, his request was declined by a Home Office official replying on behalf of the Queen. Mr. Lusk then wrote to the Home Secretary suggesting a compromise whereby the government would offer a free pardon for any accomplice of the murderer who would come forward and hand the perpetrator over to the police. Once again, his suggestion was declined. The newspapers, however, had given maximum coverage to George Lusk's battle with the government, and updates on his endeavours were appearing in the press on a daily basis throughout the first few weeks of October. An unforeseen consequence of this publicity was that some decidedly unsavoury characters began to take notice of Mr. George Lusk. On the afternoon of Thursday, the 4th of October, a man aged around 30 to 40 years who was approximately 5 foot 9 inches tall and who had a florid complexion with a bushy brown beard, whiskers and moustache, called at Mr. Lusk's residence here in Alderney Road, Mile End. He was told that Mr. Lusk was at a nearby tavern kept by his son, and thither the man went. He located Lusk, and after asking all sorts of questions about the beats taken by the members of the committee, the man attempted to induce Mr. Lusk to enter a private room with him. The stranger's appearance, however, was so repulsive and forbidding that Mr. Lusk declined, but consented instead to hold a quiet conversation with him in the bar parlour. The two were talking when the man drew a pencil from his pocket and purposely dropped it over the side of the table, saying, "Pick that up." Just as Mr. Lusk turned to do so, he noticed the stranger make a swift though silent movement of his right hand towards his side pocket. On seeing that he had been detected, the stranger assumed a nonchalant air and asked to be directed to the nearest coffee and dining rooms. Mr. Lusk suggested an establishment in the Mile End Road, and the stranger quietly left the pub. Mr. Lusk decided to follow him and went to the coffee house he had recommended, but found that the man had not been there. It transpired that he had given his pursuer the slip by disappearing up a court. On the 10th of October, another suspicious-looking man was seen lurking outside his house. This time, Lusk reported him to the police, and a description of him was circulated in the newspapers. The Illustrated Police News even went so far as to treat its readers to a portrait of the suspicious-looking character. The newspaper reports about George Lusk's having attracted the attention of a stalker or stalkers caused at least one of the Jack the Ripper letter writers to decide that he would make a fitting target for his own missive from the murderer. And thus, in addition to suspicious characters calling at or hanging around his house, the chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee now began to receive communications of an extremely unsettling nature. On the 12th of October, George Lusk received a letter in handwriting that was supposedly similar to that of the Dear Boss letter. It read, "I write you a letter in black ink, as I have no more of the right stuff. I think you are all asleep in Scotland Yard with your bloodhounds, as I will show you tomorrow night, Saturday. I am going to do a double event, but not in Whitechapel. Got rather too warm there. Had to shift. No more till you hear me again. Jack the Ripper." Naturally, George Lusk was beginning to fear for his personal safety, and no doubt for that of his family, when yet another postcard arrived to taunt him still further. It was addressed to Mr. Lusk, Head Vigilance Committee, Alderney Street, Mile End. It read, "Say, boss, you seem rare frightened. Guess I'd like to give you fits, but can't stop time enough to let you box of toys play copper games with me. But hope to see you when I don't hurry too much. Bye-bye, boss." It is worth noting that box of toys was Cockney rhyming slang for boys, and was no doubt a reference to the other members of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. At 1 o'clock on the afternoon of Monday the 15th of October, Miss Emily Marsh was working alone in her father's leather shop here in Jubilee Street off Mile End Road, when a man dressed in clerical attire entered the premises and inquired about the Vigilance Committee's reward poster that was displayed in the window. He asked her if she knew the address of the president of the committee, Mr. George Lusk, whose name was mentioned on the poster. Miss Marsh suggested that he go and ask the committee's treasurer, Joseph Arons, whose premises were located at the corner of Jubilee Street and Mile End Road, a distance of about 30 yards. The man said that he did not wish to go there. Obligingly, she got out a newspaper and pointed out an article which gave the name of the road in which Mr. Lusk lived, but which omitted to give his actual house number. She held the newspaper out for the man to read it, but he told her to read it out for him, and as she did so, he proceeded to write it down in his pocketbook. The man then thanked her for the information and left the shop, at which point Mr. Marsh came down the street and encountered the stranger on the pavement outside the premises. They later described him as being around 45 years of age, 6 feet in height, and slimly built. He wore a soft felt black hat drawn over his forehead, a stand-up collar, and a very long black single-breasted overcoat with a Prussian clerical collar partly turned up. His face was a sallow type, and he had a dark beard and moustache. According to Miss Marsh, the man spoke with what she took to be an Irish accent. The following evening, Tuesday the 16th of October, a small parcel measuring 3.5 inches square was delivered to Mr. Lusk's house by the postal service. It was wrapped in brown paper and was addressed to him by name, and although it gave the name of his road, it did not give the house number. The package contained a meaty substance which gave off a very offensive odour. On closer inspection, Mr. Lusk discovered that it was in fact a portion of kidney. Accompanying it was a letter which read, "From hell. Mr. Lusk, Sir, I sent you half the kidney I took from one woman. Preserved it for you. T'other piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody niff that took it out, if you only wait a while longer. Signed, catch me when you can, Mr. Lusk. Mr. Lusk's initial reaction was to dismiss the package as a sick practical joke. He therefore put the box and its grisly contents into a desk drawer whilst he considered what to do with it. The next night, Wednesday, the Vigilance Committee met at the Crown Tavern, and he mentioned it to the other members. At first they laughed and told him that it was just someone trying to frighten him. Mr. Lusk replied that it was no laughing matter to him, and it was therefore decided that several members of the committee would meet up at Mr. Lusk's house the next morning to view the parcel and its contents. At 9:30 on the Thursday morning, they duly arrived at Alderney Road, and Mr. Lusk opened his desk and took out the package, saying as he did so, "Throw it away, I hate the sight of it." Joseph Aarons examined the kidney and suggested that they seek a medical opinion before throwing it away. So they took the organ to the surgery of Dr. Frederick Wiles at number 56 Mile End Road. Dr. Wiles wasn't there, but his assistant, Dr. Reed, was, and on examining it, he was of the opinion that it was a portion of human kidney that had been preserved in spirits of wine. Dr. Reed then decided to seek a second opinion, and so he took the kidney to the London Hospital where it could be examined under a microscope. At the hospital, it was handed over to Dr. Thomas Openshaw at the Pathological Museum, and, according to subsequent newspaper reports, he looked at it through a microscope and concluded that it was the left kidney of a woman of about 45 years of age who had been a heavy drinker and that it had been taken from the body within the last 3 weeks. Dr. Reed then returned the kidney to the members of the Vigilance Committee who had waited at the surgery, and he informed them of Dr. Openshaw's findings. It was then that one of the committee recalled reading that the left kidney had been removed from the body of Catherine Eddowes, the Mitre Square victim. They now decided to take the package to the police, and they traipsed round to Leman Street Police Station, where they handed it over to a senior officer. From here, it was delivered to the City of London Police, in whose jurisdiction Catherine Eddowes had been murdered. Meanwhile, Dr. Openshaw was not impressed to find himself quoted in the newspapers as having stated that the kidney was that of a female and that it had been removed within the previous 3 weeks. Feeling the need to refute these claims, he gave an interview to a reporter from the Star newspaper in which he stated that, although he believed it to be half of a left human kidney, he couldn't say whether it had been that of a woman nor how much time had elapsed since it had been removed from the body, as it had been preserved in spirits. The Star observed that, although there was no room for doubt that what had been sent to Mr. Lusk was part of a human kidney, it was doubtful that it had any actual bearing on the Mitre Square murder. The whole thing, the newspaper concluded, may possibly turn out to be a medical student's gruesome joke. The kidney was given over to the City of London Police Divisional Surgeon, Dr. Frederick Gordon Brown, for inspection. He concurred with the other doctors that it was human. However, he also opined that it had not been in spirits for more than a week, and since it did not show any signs of decomposition, it was extremely unlikely that the portion was part of the kidney that had been removed from the body of Catherine Eddowes. Dr. Brown also refuted claims that were being made in the newspapers that a portion of renal artery had been attached to the kidney that had been sent to Mr. Lusk, and that it matched a larger portion of the renal artery that was remaining in Catherine Eddowes' body, and that the Lusk kidney also showed signs of Bright's disease, as was the case with Catherine's right kidney. There is no portion of the renal artery adhering to it, Dr. Brown told the Sunday Times, it having been trimmed up, so consequently there could be no correspondence established between the portion of the body from which it was cut. He was also emphatic that neither the kidney sent to Mr. Lusk nor the one remaining in Catherine's body displayed any advanced signs of Bright's disease. Today, of course, it is impossible to say whether or not the kidney sent to George Lusk was part of the one that was taken from Catherine Eddowes' body and was therefore sent by her murderer. It is perhaps the most debated over of all the Jack the Ripper missives and has been the subject of endless speculation and myth-making. The doctors who examined it at the time seem to have thought it was a hoax. This also appears to have been the consensus amongst the detectives who were working on the case, with the notable exception of Major Henry Smith, the acting City of London Police Commissioner, who later stated that he had had the kidney examined by Dr. Henry Gowan Sutton, senior surgeon and lecturer in physical anatomy at the London Hospital. Sutton was, so Smith stated, one of the greatest authorities on the kidney and its diseases. According to Smith, Sutton had said that he would pledge his reputation that the kidney had been put in spirits within a few hours of its removal from the body, thus, so Smith claimed, effectually disposing of all hoaxes in connection with it. Unfortunately, no report from Dr. Sutton has survived, if there ever was one, and it has to be said that Major Smith's veracity has often been called into question. Colleagues remembered him as an entertaining and charming raconteur, but they also commented on his ability to play fast and loose with the truth when it suited his story. Since the portion of kidney has long since been destroyed, we are destined now to never establish for certain whether or not it was part of the kidney that was taken from Catherine Eddowes' body. Many people today agree with the majority of the doctors who examined it at the time that it was not, and they dismiss it as a hoax, whereas just as many believe that it might be genuine and that the From Hell letter is therefore the only one of the missives that was actually written by the murderer. However, its arrival provided yet another macabre and gruesome twist to the saga, one that inevitably proved irresistible to the letter writers. Dr. Openshaw's comments to the newspapers ensured that his name became synonymous with the Lusk kidney, and on the 29th of October he opened his mail to find that another anonymous prankster had decided to honour him with his very own missive. "Oh boss, you was right, it was the left kidney. I was going to operate again close to your hospital. Just as I was going to draw my knife along of her blooming throat, them cusses of coppers spoilt the game. But I guess I will be on the job and soon, and will send you another bit of innards. Jack the Ripper." Oh, have you seen the devil with his microscope and scalpel looking at a kidney with a slide cocked up?
So let's surmise, shall we? Alright. Summary. The Whitechapel Vigilance Committee was founded by 16 tradesmen from the Whitechapel and Spitalfields districts who were concerned that the killings were affecting business in the area. The committee was led by a local builder named George Lusk, who specialized in music hall restoration. The leading members of the committee were drawn principally from the trading class and included a builder, a cigar manufacturer, a tailor, a picture frame maker, a licensed victroller, and an actor. Lusk's name appeared in national newspapers and upon posters in and around Whitechapel, appealing for information concerning the identity of Jack the Ripper and complaining about the lack of a reward. On the 30th September 1888, the committee members wrote to the government under Lord Salisbury in an attempt to persuade them to offer a reward for information leading to the apprehension of the Ripper. When the Home Secretary Henry Matthews refused this request, the committee offered its own reward. The committee also employed 2 private detectives to investigate the murders without the involvement of the police. The From Hell letter, which was sent with half of a preserved human kidney, was personally addressed to Lusk, who received the parcel on 16th October 1888. The letter was postmarked on the previous day. Due to his publicity, Lusk received threatening letters through the post, allegedly from the killer. Opinions pertaining to the authenticity of the letter among those that have researched the case are divided. The possibility has been raised that all of the communications supposedly from the Whitechapel murder are fraudulent, done by cranks or journalists seeking to maintain the public interest in the murders, thus increase the sales of their newspapers. Okay, Spirit, you got me. They made up that name, Jack the Ripper. You got me. But I watched that Mr. Spock video. I watched what Mr. Nimoy said to me. He said that there was a Freemason conspiracy. That's why we watched that. We gotta break this apart, folks. We gotta examine every aspect. Why did Charles Warren erase that graffito upon that there I watched that video. That Vulcan told me that the only clue that the Whitechapel murderer left was some writing on a wall, and Charles Warren erased it because he was a high-ranking Freemason. Every single time, right? So what was so inflammatory on that wall that he had to erase it? What was on that wall that needed to be erased from history and forgotten about? Well, history has not forgotten, for we shall examine Jack the Ripper's only clue, the Gulston Street graffito.
At 1:45 on the morning of the 30th of September, 1888, Police Constable Edward Watkins found the body of Catherine Eddowes in the southwest corner of Mitre Square on the eastern fringe of the City of London. He raised the alarm, and within moments, police were converging on Mitre Square. As they began a fairly detailed crime scene investigation, it became apparent to the detectives at the scene that the killer had cut off and gone away with a large portion of Catherine Eddowes' apron. That piece of apron was discovered at 2:55 in the morning in this street here, Gulston Street, round about 5 minutes' walk from Mitre Square. This photograph shows Gulston Street as it would have appeared at the time. And if you look in the background on the right, you can see a large apartment block. That building is Wentworth Model Dwellings, which had been built between 1886 and 1887 on land that had formerly been occupied by some of the district's most sordid slums, which had been swept away at the end of the 1870s. In 1888, this building was largely occupied by Jewish residents. This is Wentworth Model Dwellings as it looks today. At 2:55 a.m. on the morning of Sunday, the 30th of September, 1888, just over an hour after Watkins had found the body of Catherine Eddowes in Mitre Square, Police Constable Alfred Long was walking his beat along Gulston Street and was passing Wentworth Model Dwellings when, in the doorway that led to the staircase of numbers 108 to 119, he found the missing piece of apron. It was stained with blood and feces, and the blade of a bloody knife had evidently been wiped on it. Long didn't know it at the time, but he had found the only physical clue that Jack the Ripper ever left behind. It's a clue for several reasons. Firstly, it's a geographical clue because it tells us which direction the killer headed in after having committed the murder of Catherine Eddowes in Mitre Square. He would undoubtedly have been aware that the area would soon be awash with police officers hunting for the perpetrator of the crime. So therefore, it was imperative that he went to ground as quickly as possible and headed home. And the fact he came from Mitre Square to Gulston Street means that he headed east. In other words, it suggests that whoever it was, he was somebody who lived in the area. Secondly, it answers the question of how much blood the killer had on himself after the crimes. There is a commonly held belief that the killer would have been covered in blood as he fled the scenes of his crimes. But this is not necessarily the case. The evidence suggests that he asphyxiated his victims first, so their hearts would have stopped beating and there would not have been the arterial spurt that would have covered him in blood when he came to carry out the horrific mutilations. Certainly his hands would have been bloodstained, which is why he took the portion of apron, as he would have been anxious to wipe away the incriminating blood as soon as possible. Had he stopped in the open streets to do so, he might have been noticed and attracted suspicion. He needed privacy, and as it happened, this was a recessed doorway in which the lights on the stairs were extinguished at 11 o'clock at night. It therefore offered perfect cover for him to wipe his hands, wipe his knife, and then, clear of incriminating bloodstains, he stepped out onto the street and headed back to his lair, wherever it may have been in the district. Constable Long's first thought on finding the apron was that somebody had been attacked and might be lying injured or even dead on the stairwell within, so he stood up intending to search inside the doorway. As he did so, he saw a message scrawled in chalk on the wall which read, "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." The word Jews was spelt J-U-W-E-S, or J-E-W-E-S, or J-U-E-W-S. Different police officers would later remember different spellings of the graffito. The meaning, though, was quite obvious. It was anti-Semitic graffito above a genuine clue that had been left behind by the murderer. Moments later, another officer arrived at the scene, and Long asked him to guard the building, telling him to keep a careful watch on anybody entering or leaving it. Long then took the apron round to Commercial Street Police Station and handed it over to an inspector. Soon, officers of the Metropolitan Police's H Division were gathering around the doorway and were gazing at the graffito with feelings of great trepidation. Mindful of the strong feelings of anti-Semitism that had surfaced in the area in the wake of the leather apron scare, and realizing that Wentworth model dwellings not only stood in a largely Jewish locality, but was also inhabited almost exclusively by Jews, the Metropolitan Police began to fear that if the message was left, it could lead to a resurgence of the unrest that had swept the district in early September, and the consequences could be dire. They were therefore anxious to erase the message, and to do so sooner rather than later. But both the apron and the graffito pertained to an investigation that was being carried out by a separate police force, the City of London Police, in whose jurisdiction Catherine Eddowes had been murdered. The city detectives had soon crossed the boundary into Metropolitan Police territory and were also gathering around the doorway. They were not so keen to erase what they saw as an important clue in their investigation, and the two forces clashed over what should be done about the chalked message. The city police were adamant that it should be photographed. The Metropolitan Police pointed out that that would mean waiting until it was light, by which time Gentile buyers would be arriving in their thousands to purchase from the Jewish stallholders at the Petticoat Lane, Wentworth Street and Goulston Street Sunday markets. Since there was no way of keeping the message hidden from these crowds, the Metropolitan Police believed that the result might well be a full-scale riot against the Jews. Inspector Daniel House of the City of London Police suggested a compromise whereby only the top line, "the Jews are," would be erased. But as Superintendent Arnold of the Metropolitan Police later pointed out in a report, had only a portion of the writing been removed, the context would have remained. The bickering was still going on when Sir Charles Warren arrived at the scene between 5 and 5:30 a.m. Since the doorway stood on Metropolitan Police territory, and he was the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, his word was final, and he immediately concurred with his officers that leaving the graffito any longer would lead to far greater crimes against innocent Jews. So he ordered that the message be erased without delay and before any photograph of it could be taken. It would prove one of the most controversial orders he gave in the entire investigation, and he was subjected to intense press criticism in the days that followed, and indeed his actions in having the graffito erased before it could be photographed have been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories in connection to the Jack the Ripper mystery ever since. On the 6th of November, in a report to the Home Office, Warren defended his action. It was just getting light. The public would be in the streets in a few minutes in a neighbourhood very much crowded by Jewish vendors and Christian purchasers from all over London. I do not hesitate to say that if the writing had been left, there would have been an onslaught upon the Jews, property would have been wrecked, and lives would probably have been lost. In fairness to Sir Charles Warren, many of those who saw the graffito commented that it looked faded, as though it had been there for some time. Also, it seems somewhat unlikely that, having taken the trouble to clean his hands to obliterate incriminating bloodstains, the Ripper would have then risked lingering in the doorway long enough to chalk the message on the wall, knowing that at any moment a passing police officer might spot him. The probability is that the message was already there, possibly left over from the anti-Semitic unrest that had swept the area in the wake of the leather apron scare, and that it was a complete coincidence that the Ripper had chosen that same doorway in which to clean himself up and leave behind his only clue. Given the events of a few weeks previous, Warren was probably justified in his belief that erasing the message would spare innocent Jews from becoming the targets of avenging Gentile mobs, and he probably made the right judgment call based on the information immediately available to him. With hindsight, however, it is interesting to note that because of the controversy over Warren's actions, the Goulston Street graffito was widely reported, and yet the wide-scale anti-Semitism that Warren so feared did not break out again. Today, the Happy Days Fish and Chip Shop occupies the doorway in which the graffito was found, and in their restaurant you will find a display of various exhibits and images connected with the Jack the Ripper case, including a reproduction of the writing that was found on their wall. People come here to enjoy their mouth-watering portions of fish and chips, and few of them give any thought to the fact that they are dining at the very location at which Jack the Ripper left behind his only clue.
I got your attention now, right? A blood and feces stained apron. The only clue tying the murderer to the victims is left beneath a graffito that says the Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. Now, in the interest of being fair, I have heard that this misspelling of Jews is actually a reference to the 3 ruffians who killed Hiram Abiff, and therefore it's some kind of Freemasonic reference. However, I have been unable to locate any such reference in the Freemasonic literature available. Nevertheless, there's a question, you might say, that we have not raised yet in this presentation. Let's do a little history lesson, shall we? In 1830, the Polish-Russian War breaks out. And in 1832, Russia annexes Poland. This causes waves of mass immigration. By far the largest immigration into the East End had been that of Jews, who had been arriving in increasing numbers from 1881 onwards as they fled persecution or economic hardship in Russia, Poland, and Germany. By 1888, the Jewish population of Whitechapel had grown to between 45,000 and 50,000. At first, these Jewish immigrants had settled into the streets to the south of Spitalfields, but by 1888, they had begun expanding into the other parts of the East End. Charles Booth recorded how the newcomers have gradually replaced the English population in whole districts. Formerly in Whitechapel, Commercial Street roughly divided the Jewish haunts of the Petticoat Lane and Golston Street from the rougher English quarter lying in the east. Now the Jews have flowed across the line. Hanbury Street, Fashion Street, Pelham Street, Booth Street, Old Montague Street, and many streets and lanes and alleys have fallen before them. They fill whole blocks of model dwellings, they have introduced new trades as well as new habits, and they live and crowd together and work and meet their fate independent of the great stream of London life surging around them. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire was home to about 5 million Jews, the largest Jewish community at the time. Subjected to religious persecution and violent pogroms, many emigrated between 1875 and 1914. Around 120,000 arrived in the United Kingdom, mostly in England. The influx reached its peak in the late 1890s when large number of Jewish immigrants, mostly poor and semi-skilled or unskilled, settled in the East End of London. The concentration of Jewish immigrants into some areas was almost 100% of the population. And a study undertaken in 1900 showed that Houndsditch and Whitechapel were both identified as a, quote, well-defined, intensely Jewish district. So let's talk about this. So what was going on in Whitechapel? Well, a year before the Whitechapel murders, the Jack the Ripper murders, there was another famous case. I didn't have time for the whole presentation, but you can get that if you join as a member. buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. Israel Lipsky. Let's talk about this. So, Polish immigrant Miriam Angel, who was 6 months pregnant at the time, had been murdered after being forced to consume nitric acid. Lipsky, a Polish Jew, was found underneath her bed with acid burns inside of his own mouth. It's a very odd story. If you join as a member, you can hear the whole thing. And subsequently, he was arrested. Lipsky protested his innocence. In the enduring trial, a storm of controversy was created with suggestions that the trial was tarnished by institutional anti-Semitism. Lipsky was found guilty and sentenced to hang, but a successful press campaign to reprieve Lipsky was orchestrated by William Thomas Stead, editor of the Pall Mall Gazette. Lipsky allegedly broke down and made a full confession, and he was hanged the next day. This was the O.J. Simpson murder of its day. This was a year before. Now you might have heard of this Leather Apron character. What's that about? Again, I have a full story over in the membership quarter. Well, prior to September 1888, the Whitechapel Killer was most commonly known as Leather Apron. Police inquiries amongst the women at the common lodging houses had uncovered the existence of a sinister character whom the Whitechapel prostitutes had nicknamed Leather Apron. The Star's lurid coverage of Leather Apron stirred anti-Semitism in the district. Lloyd's weekly newspaper on Sunday, 9th September, reported on disorderly crowd shouting, "It was a Jew who did it! No Englishman did it, and down with the Jews." Polish-Jewish boot finisher named John Pizer was arrested, interrogated, and released. Pizer had been cleared of any involvement in the Whitechapel murders, but it was some time before he was exonerated in the court of public opinion. It was reported that Pizer had received compensation from the newspapers after slanderous stories were printed about him. The amount he received, however, was not substantial, as some writers have claimed. On September 5th, 1888, a sensational article was published by the Pall Mall Gazette. An excerpt reads, "Leather Apron by himself is quite an unpleasant character. His name nobody knows, but all are united in the belief that he is a Jew or of Jewish parentage, his face being of a marked Hebrew type." A day later, an article was published by the Star stated, "Constables 43 and 173, J Division, into whose hands Leather Apron fell on Sunday afternoon, were detailed to accompany Detective Enright of J Division in search through all the quarters where the crazy Jew was likely to be." With these extraordinary accusations made by the media, anti-Semitism in Whitechapel exploded. Then Jack the Ripper struck a second time on September 8th, 1888, slaughtering 47-year-old Annie Chapman. With Chapman's murder, Whitechapel inhabitants were outraged and took to the streets shouting, "Down with the Jews!" And it was a Jew who did it. The East London Observer wrote of this event, "Crowds began to threaten and abuse such unfortunate Hebrews. So when Charles Warren wrote on the 6th of November in a report to the Home Office, when he defended his action to erase the graffito, he said, "It was just getting light. The public would be in the streets in a few minutes in neighborhood very much crowded by Jewish vendors and Christian purchasers from all parts of London. The writing on the jamb of the open archway or doorway visible to anybody in the street and could not be covered up without the danger of covering being torn off at once. A discussion took place whether the writing could be left covered up or otherwise for an hour until it could be photographed, but after taking into consideration the excited state of the population in London, the strong feeling which had been excited against those people, and the fact that in a short time there would be a large concourse of the people in the streets, and having before me a report that it would be left there, the house was likely to be wrecked, in which, from my own observation, I entirely concurred. I considered it desirable to obliterate the writing at once. I do not hesitate to say that if the writing had been left there, would there would have been an onslaught upon the Jews. Property would have been wrecked and lives would have been lost. Fascinating. There's a rich history of immigrants in the East End of London and Whitechapel. Let's learn a little bit more about London's Jewish East End.
The Jewish East End started in 1656. The Jews first of all came from Spain and Portugal, the Sephardic Jews. Then the Jews came from Western Europe, the Ashkenazi Jews, from 1881 onwards. And people never know how many Jews actually settled in London. The figure ranges between 40,000 and 150,000 Jews who came to the East End of London.
My mother-in-law came over from Russia. She was 3 years old. She'd have been about 95 now if she'd have lived, so I'm going back quite a long, over 90 years ago. I think she came when the pogroms started.
The principal trades when the Jews arrived from Russia, the principal trades they went into were tailoring and cabinet making was the second largest trade. Particularly in the East End, though, tailoring was the largest trade they worked in. It's a fairly easy to set up trade. You don't need a great deal of equipment and materials to start a small, low-level tailoring workshop, which you can expand on seasonally as more people, as there's more demand and there are more people coming over looking for work.
The sweatshop owners would pick up new immigrants from the docks and employ them in fairly barbaric conditions. These people were paid £1 a week.
Often a whole family would live and work in a room, and they may also have other tailors lodging, effectively sleeping on the floor of the workshop, where they would also work during the day. The buildings they were in were pretty much slum buildings.
It was the Anglo-Jewish establishment who weren't terribly welcoming to the new immigrants, realized they had to do something for the immigrants. So they built soup kitchens all over the East End, and this is the only one that remains. As you can see, this beautiful terracotta facade is one of the few facades left of any Jewish building in the East End, actually. The people in the East End gave rise to a very vibrant community. It was such a fundamental part of British history and of London's history.
Passing the Tower of London, 5,000 fascists rally to their mobilization for the much advertised march through the East End.
When we heard that Oswald Mosley was trying to organise a march by the black shirts, which came from all over the country, to march through the Jewish East End, every area was blocked by the population of the East End, which amounted to 200,000 plus sheer numbers of people. The police did try to clear a path, but failed miserably.
Now the crowd take matters into their own hands. Communists, Labourites and Jews jammed the fascist route. With firm action by the Commissioner and his men undoubtedly averted bloodshed on a scale more terrible than London has ever witnessed.
I was there, and it was an inspiring moment to find and see so many young people, and it was a victory to stop Mosley coming through.
This borough was very badly bombed in the Second World War. Hitler's main target was to bomb the East End. More civilians were killed in the borough of Tower Hamlets than any other borough in the whole of Britain, actually.
Certainly following the Second World War, most, and even before that, most of the Jewish community started to move out of the East End to more affluent parts of London, and particularly to the northwest. And because of that, the the institutions and the businesses that were Jewish and were in the East End started closing down, moving out.
There's been so much demolition. Outbreak of the Second World War, there were 150 synagogues. There are now 4 active ones left. All 4 synagogues are very much at risk. The one most at risk is the one in Fieldgate Street, the great Fieldgate Street Synagogue. It's got a congregation of 10 men. Today, it is in fact situated right next to the largest mosque in England and the largest Islamic centre in Europe.
In the 1980s, members of the Jewish community started to realise that sort of the East End as a Jewish way of life was disappearing.
But the result is that today there are only about 2,000 Jews left in the East End, and about 1,000 of them are over 70.
Most Jewish people came from the East End. You'd meet your friends there, or you meet neighbours there, and you meet the family there. Automatically you become part of a family circle.
I hear what you're saying, a rich tapestry. I'll give you that. But so what? So what? Who cares? This is all just very interesting history. What has this got to do with the Whitechapel murders? This was supposed to be about Jack the Ripper. I don't want to hear about some old Jewish lady talk about her relatives. Let's get back on track. So what is the evidence? I hear you saying that the Whitechapel murderers were committed by a Polish immigrant of chosen status. Well, let's explore one of the most prime suspects in the Jack the Ripper case, Aaron Kosminski. It's a little bit of a long video, but it's worth it. Let's dive in, shall we?
Permit me to introduce you to Sir Polydore de Keyser, hotelier, lawyer, Lord Mayor of the City of London for 1887 to 1888, and a man who, whilst presiding as a magistrate at the City of London's Guildhall Police Court, may well have come face to face with Jack the Ripper. In December 1889, several men appeared before him charged with having unmuzzled dogs on the streets of London, which was a direct contravention of an order that had been issued by the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Charles Warren, in May 1886, and which stated that all dogs on the streets of the metropolis that were not on a lead or properly muzzled would be considered as not under proper control. The owners of any such animals would be issued with a police summons for allowing a dog to be at large, contrary to the order of the Commissioner of Police. One of those thus charged was a young man in his mid-20s whose name was Aaron Kosminski. He'd been spotted with an unmuzzled dog on Cheapside by Police Constable Borer, who had issued him with a summons to appear at the Guildhall Court. At his subsequent appearance, according to Lloyd's newspaper, there was some confusion over his actual name. Police Constable Borer said that he had given it as Aaron Kosminski, but one of his brothers who attended court with him said that this was wrong, as his name was Abrahams. After some discussion, his brother admitted that, although they found it more convenient to go by the name of Abrahams, his name was in fact Kosminski. The defendant claimed that the dog was not his. Nonetheless, Sir Polydore de Keyser imposed a fine of 10 shillings and costs, which, according to Lloyd's weekly newspaper, Kosminski refused to pay, as it was the Jewish Sabbath, and he did not think it right to pay money on the Sabbath. Sir Polydore de Keyser gave him till Monday to pay the fine. Following that brief appearance in the spotlight, Aaron Kosminski faded once more into obscurity. However, over the next few years, things would go on behind the scenes that would not become universally known for almost 100 years, and when knowledge of them did eventually emerge into the public domain, the name of Aaron Kosminski would move right up the list of potential contenders for the mantle of history's most notorious criminal. And it all started in 1894, when the Sun newspaper launched a series of articles in which it claimed, "We know the Christian name and surname of Jack the Ripper. We know his present habitation. Our representatives have seen him, and we have in our possession a morass of declarations, documents, and other proofs which prove his identity." Although the articles didn't actually name him, it is apparent that the person being referred to was Thomas Cutbush, who was at the time an inmate at Broadmoor Criminal Lunatic Asylum. The Sun's articles led the then Chief Constable at Scotland Yard, Sir Melville Macnaghten, to compile a memorandum in which he gave the names of 3 men, any one of whom, he claimed, would have been more likely than Cutbush to have committed this series of murders. The second name on this list was Kosminski, about whom Macnaghten had this to say: "A Polish Jew and resident in Whitechapel. This man became insane owing to many years' indulgence in solitary vices. He had a great hatred of women, especially of the prostitute class, and had strong homicidal tendencies. He was removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889. Macnaghten's report would not be made public for many decades, and so the name of Kosminski was not publicly linked to the Jack the Ripper murders in 1894. It should also be noted that Macnaghten himself favoured the first name on the list, M.J. Druitt, as his prime suspect in the case. But although Macnaghten's memorandum had been filed away in 1894, at least one Victorian author appears to have been given access to it, and 4 years later that author would share details of Macnaghten's 3 suspects with his readers, albeit he didn't actually name them. In 1898, Macnaghten's friend, the popular author and military historian Major Arthur Griffiths, published Mysteries of Police and Crime, part of which dealt with the Whitechapel murders. Whilst researching the book, Griffiths almost certainly consulted Macnaghten about the fate of the perpetrator of the atrocities, and from the following passage it would appear that Macnaghten gave him access to the report that he had compiled in 1894. Griffiths wrote that, "The outside public may think that the identity of that later miscreant, Jack the Ripper, was never revealed. So far as absolute knowledge goes, this is undoubtedly true. But the police, after the last murder, had brought their investigations to the point of strongly suspecting several persons, all of them known to be homicidal lunatics, and against 3 of these they held very plausible and reasonable grounds of suspicion. Concerning 2 of them, the case was weak, although it was based on certain suggestive facts. One was a Polish Jew, a known lunatic who was at large in the district of Whitechapel at the time of the murder, and who, having developed homicidal tendencies, was afterwards confined in an asylum. There can be little doubt that the person being referred to by Griffiths in this passage is Macnaghten's Kosminski, and that the source of the information was therefore Macnaghten himself. Interestingly, 2 other high-ranking police officers who were more closely associated with the investigation into the crimes than Macnaghten was, and who had a more in-depth knowledge of the evidence and any suspects, did, so it would later be revealed, consider Kosminski to be their prime suspect. In 1910, Sir Robert Anderson published his memoirs, which were titled The Lighter Side of My Official Life. Anderson became the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police and head of the Criminal Investigation Department in early September 1888, and as such, he was one of the highest-ranking officers to have direct involvement with the Jack the Ripper case. However, no sooner had he taken up his post than his doctor ordered him to take time off to recover from nervous exhaustion, and so, on the 8th of September, he left London for a recuperative break in Switzerland, not returning until after the 30th of September, the night of the double event when Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes were murdered within an hour of each other. Anderson would go on to enjoy a long police career before retiring in May 1901, whereupon he devoted himself to writing and lecturing. Over the next few years, he would state several times in both his writings and his lectures that Jack the Ripper had been confined within an asylum. Then, in 1910, he published The Lighter Side of My Official Life, part of which inevitably dealt with the Whitechapel murders. On page 137 of his book, Anderson wrote that one did not need to be a Sherlock Holmes to discover that the criminal was a sexual maniac of a virulent type, that he was living in the immediate vicinity of the scenes of the murders, and that, if he was not living absolutely alone, his people knew of his guilt and refused to give him up to justice. During my absence abroad, the police had made a house-to-house search for him, investigating the case of every man in the district whose circumstances were such that he could go and come and get rid of his bloodstains in secret. And the conclusion we came to was that he and his people were certain low-class Polish Jews. For it is a remarkable fact that people of that class in the East End will not give up one of their number to Gentile justice. On page 138, readers learned that, contrary to the popular perception that the police had been unable to catch Jack the Ripper, the murderer had, in fact, been known to the police. Anderson wrote, and the result proved that our diagnosis was right on every point. For I may say at once that undiscovered murders are rare in London, and the Jack the Ripper crimes are not within that category. And if the police here had powers such as the French police possess, the murderer would have been brought to justice. Scotland Yard can boast that not even the subordinate officers of the department will tell tales out of school, and it would ill become me to violate the unwritten rule of the service. So I will only add here that the Jack the Ripper letter, which is preserved in the Police Museum at New Scotland Yard, is the creation of an enterprising London journalist. Having regard to the interest attaching to this case, I am almost tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer and of the pressman who wrote the letter above referred to. But no public benefit would result from such a course, and the traditions of my old department would suffer. I will merely add that the only person who had ever had a good view of the murderer unhesitatingly identified the suspect the instant he was confronted with him, but he refused to give evidence against him. In saying that he was a Polish Jew, I am merely stating a definitely ascertained fact, and my words are meant to specify race, not religion, for it would outrage all religious sentiment to talk of the religion of a loathsome creature whose utterly unmentionable vices reduced him to a lower level than that of the brute. These were explosive revelations. Sir Robert Anderson, one of the highest-ranking police officers on the Jack the Ripper case, stating on the record that it was an ascertained fact that Jack the Ripper was a low-class Polish Jew, and that the only witness who had had a good view of the murderer immediately identified the police's prime suspect as the man he had seen when confronted with him. Unfortunately, Anderson did not name either the suspect or the witness. As far as the identity of the witness goes, two people, as far as we know, may have got a good view of the face of the murderer. One was Israel Schwartz, who claimed to have seen Elizabeth Stride being attacked by a man in Berners Street at 12:45 a.m. on the morning of the 30th of September, close to the spot where her body was found 15 minutes later. And the other was Joseph Lavender, who at 1:35 a.m. that same morning saw Catherine Eddowes talking with a man by an entrance to Mitre Square 10 minutes before her body was found in the square's southwest corner. Obviously, since Anderson did not name the witness, it is pointless speculating on which, if either of those two men, the witness was. Equally frustrating is the fact that Anderson teased his readers that the killer's identity was definitely ascertained, but did not actually reveal who he was. One of those readers was an ex-colleague of Anderson's by the name of Donald Sutherland Swanson, a former chief inspector at Scotland Yard, and the man who, following Anderson's departure for Switzerland, was given overall charge of the police investigation into the Whitechapel murders. He would remain at the helm until the 8th of October, when Anderson returned to his post. Thereafter, Swanson became the second most senior officer with direct responsibility for the case, and it was his job to read and assess all the information that the Jack the Ripper investigation was yielding. Thus, he built up an unrivaled knowledge of the case, being the one man who had access to every strand of data to do with the hunt for Jack the Ripper. In other words, he had what we would call the big picture. Of course, given his involvement with so many aspects of the case, Swanson's opinion on who the perpetrator of the crimes might have been would carry an awful lot of weight. However, Swanson was extremely tight-lipped about any personal theories he may have held. According to an article in the Police Review, which was published on the 15th of May, 1896, he viewed his work as decidedly Secret Service and was opposed to public reminiscences. Consequently, Donald Sutherland Swanson was one of the few officers connected with the case who never made any public pronouncements on his involvement, and what we do know of his thoughts on the hunt for Jack the Ripper comes from what others said about him. For example, on the 7th of May, 1895, the Pall Mall Gazette began an article with the following tantalizing paragraph. Since the cessation of the Whitechapel murders, there has been no lack of theories accounting for the disappearance of the author of those crimes, Jack the Ripper, as he is called, in consequence of a series of letters so signed, purporting, rightly or wrongly, to come from the murderer. The theory entitled to the most respect, because it was presumably based upon the best knowledge, was that of Chief Inspector Swanson, the officer who was associated with the investigation of all the murders, and Mr. Swanson believed the crimes to be the work of a man who is now dead. So, as Donald Sutherland Swanson perused the recollections of his old colleague, much of what Anderson had written would have been familiar to him, and unbeknown to anyone else at the time, Swanson couldn't resist adding his own reminiscences to his copy of Anderson's book, and he made several annotations in the margins and on the end sheet. This marginalia would go undiscovered until long after his death in 1924. Indeed, it wasn't until the early 1980s that what Chief Inspector Donald Sutherland Swanson had known about the case was unearthed by his descendants, and his revelations were, to say the least, intriguing. At the foot of page 138 in his copy of Anderson's book, under the passage in which Anderson had mentioned that the only person who had ever had a good view of the murderer had unhesitatingly identified their suspect but had refused to give evidence against him, Swanson had penciled the following explanatory note. Because the suspect was also a Jew, and also because his evidence would convict the suspect, and witness would be the means of the murderer being hanged, which he did not wish to be left on his mind. DSS. Swanson appears to have ruminated on Anderson's musings, and he had later returned to this passage and had underlined Anderson's claim that the witness had identified the suspect the instant he was confronted with him. He had also added in the left margin, and after this identification, which suspect knew, no other murders of this kind took place in London. Swanson then expanded further on the book's end paper. Continuing from page 138, after the suspect had been identified at the seaside home, where he had been sent by us with difficulty in order to subject him to identification, and he knew he was identified. On suspect's return to his brother's house in Whitechapel, he was watched by police, City CID, by day and night. In a very short time, the suspect, with his hands tied behind his back, he went to Stepney Workhouse and then to Colney Hatch, and died shortly afterwards. Kosminski was the suspect. DSS. So Swanson had identified Anderson's suspect as Kosminski, and since this Kosminski had been sent to Colney Hatch Lunatic Asylum, there can be little doubt that this was the same Kosminski to whom Macnaghten had referred in 1894. But who was he? Combing the records of Colney Hatch Asylum in the 1980s, researcher and author Martin Fido located an inmate by the name of Aaron Kosminski, who had been sent to the asylum in February 1891. 3 years later, in April 1894, he was transferred to Leasden Asylum on the outskirts of Abbots Langley in Hertfordshire, and he would remain an inmate there until his death on the 24th of March, 1919. Since he is the only Kosminski in the Colney Hatch records, his name was soon linked to Swanson's suspect, and today many people are convinced that Swanson's Kosminski was Aaron. So, what do we know about him? Aaron Mordka Kosminski was born in Poland in September 1865, the youngest son of 7 children. On the outbreak of the Jewish persecutions of the early 1880s, the family fled to London, where they settled in the East End. They adopted the surname Abrahams, although, as can be seen from Aaron's court appearance before Sir Polydore de Keyser in December 1889, he continued to use his birth surname, Kosminski. Other than that, very little is known about his time in London until on the 12th of July 1890 he was admitted to Mile End Old Town Workhouse Infirmary, his illness being given as 2 years insane. On this occasion, Aaron's stay lasted just 3 days, and he was discharged into the care of his brother, whose address was given as 16 Greenfield Street. 7 months later, on the 4th of February 1891, he was again taken to the Mile End Old Town Workhouse Infirmary, from where, 3 days later, he was transferred to Colney Hatch Asylum. On his record of admission, his occupation is given as hairdresser, his age is given as 26, and it is stated that his first attack of insanity had occurred when he was 25. It is also stated that the duration of his existing attack was 6 months, to which someone has added in red 6 years. In addition, the record also states that on admission the cause of his insanity is unknown, to which was later added self-abuse in red. Significantly, the entry for whether dangerous to others has the response no, which one would think would hardly have been the case if there was any suspicion that he was Jack the Ripper. His record of admission provides more about his illness. He declares that he is guided and his movements altogether controlled by an instinct that informs his mind. He says that he knows the movements of all mankind. He refuses food from others because he is told to do so, and he eats out of the gutter for the same reason. Jacob Cohen, who in 1891 was in business with Aaron's brother-in-law, Wolfe Abrahams, at 51 Carter Lane, St. Paul's, provided a little more information, stating that he goes about the streets and picks up bits of bread out of the gutter and eats them. He drinks water from the tap and he refuses food at the hands of others. He he took up a knife and threatened the life of his sister. He is very dirty and will not be washed. He has not attempted any kind of work for years. And so, Aaron Mordka Kosminski began his stay at Colney Hatch Asylum, and thereafter the records about him become somewhat sparse, and those that do exist are mostly concerned with his being incoherent, apathetic, and sometimes excitable. He comes across as anything but homicidal, the only mention of any violence on his part, apart from his having threatened his sister with a knife, being an entry dated the 9th of January 1892, which describes him as at times excited and violent, and which says that a few days ago he took up a chair and attempted to strike the charge attendant. Following his transfer to Leavesden Asylum in 1894, mentions of him became few and far between, and although he was described from time to time as having been excitable and troublesome, he was certainly not violent. So what was the evidence that led Anderson and Swanson to accuse him of having been Jack the Ripper? Well, the honest reply to that question is, there isn't any, or, to be exact, none of it has survived. If he was high up on the list of police suspects, then the police must have had a file on him, but that has either been lost or destroyed. And it has to be said that there is a strong possibility that Aaron is not the man to whom Swanson and McNaughton were referring. McNaughton opined that his Kosminski became insane owing to many years' indulgence in solitary vices. He also stated that he had a great hatred of women, especially of the prostitute class, whereas nothing that we know about Aaron Kosminski suggests that this was true in his case. There is also nothing in the few records we have of him to suggest that Aaron Kosminski had any homicidal tendencies, let alone strong ones. In addition, he was removed to a lunatic asylum in February 1891, not March 1889, which McNaughton says was the case with his Kosminski. Anderson's Polish Jew may well be the Kosminski that McNaughton was referring to, but Anderson gives us very little information about him, and the case for the guilt of his suspect is based solely on the fact that a witness who had got a good look at the face of the murderer had unhesitatingly identified the suspect the instant he was confronted with him. That this identification actually did occur is confirmed by the Swanson marginalia, and Swanson revealed that it happened at a place called the Seaside Home, the location of which has never been definitely ascertained. So the case ultimately rests on the revelations made by Swanson in his copy of Anderson's autobiography. And it has to be remembered that Swanson did not, as is often claimed, name Aaron Kosminski as having been Jack the Ripper. He merely stated that someone with the name Kosminski was the suspect. It wasn't until the 1980s that Martin Fido linked Swanson's Kosminski to Aaron Kosminski, and the elephant in the room as far as Aaron's having been Swanson's Kosminski is that Aaron didn't die shortly after being admitted to the asylum, as Swanson says was the case with his suspect. In fact, Aaron lived for another 28 years, not dying until 1919. It is also worth noting that Martin Fido himself was not convinced that Aaron was the man being referred to by Swanson. Anderson and Swanson were the two most senior police officers with direct involvement in the Whitechapel murders investigation, and they would certainly have known the evidence against all the major suspects. If they thought that the evidence against a man named Kosminski was stronger than that against any other suspect, then Kosminski has to be a prime contender for the mantle of having been Jack the Ripper. But the question still remains, who is the Kosminski that they are referring to? Aaron fits the bill in that he certainly lived in the area with his family and was sent to Colney Hatch Asylum. But thereafter, the similarities between him and Swanson's or McNaughton's Kosminski are at the best tenuous, at worst non-existent. Aaron didn't die shortly after being admitted to the asylum, and unless there is an undiscovered file somewhere that is yet to be unearthed, none of the records suggest that he was homicidal or even particularly violent. But haven't they now proved that Aaron Kosminski was Jack the Ripper using DNA, I hear you ask? There have certainly been claims that DNA samples taken from a shawl, which was said to have been found alongside the body of the Mitre Square victim, Catherine Eddowes, proved a positive match for samples of their DNA provided by descendants of Catherine Eddowes and Aaron Kosminski. Unfortunately, the scientific community were quick to point out serious flaws in the methodology used to obtain the results, whilst the provenance of the shawls having belonged to Catherine Eddowes, or actually being a shawl at all for that matter, is questionable. The City of London Police, in whose jurisdiction Catherine Eddowes was murdered, made a thorough and detailed inventory of the items that were found on and around her body in Mitre Square, and nothing matching the fabric that is purported to be her shawl is reported as having been present at the scene. I will be doing a more detailed video on the so-called shawl at a future date, but for now, let's just say that neither DNA nor provenance have validated the shawl as the holy grail that proves the guilt of Aaron Kosminski beyond any reasonable doubt. And thus, as has happened with so many suspects, we are left with a case that, at first glance, appears to be extremely strong, but which begins to unravel the more you tug at the threads. Anderson and Swanson were experienced and senior officers, and they would have had access to all the evidence to do with the Whitechapel murders, and they were therefore able to base their suspicions on the facts that were available at the time of the murders and not on speculation and opinion, which is often the case with theories put forward today. Swanson, as the officer who read and assessed all the information on the investigation, would probably have known more about it than Anderson. In fact, he probably knew more about it than anyone else, and it would appear that long after his retirement from the Metropolitan Police, he remained convinced that somebody named Kosminski, who was sent to Colney Hatch Asylum, had been the perpetrator of history's most infamous murder spree, and therefore Kosminski was, so it would appear, the prime suspect for the mantle of having been Jack the Ripper. But unless we can uncover the evidence that Sir Robert Anderson and Chief Inspector Donald Sutherland Swanson were privy to, we cannot say with any degree of certainty whether Swanson's Kosminski was Aaron Mordecai Kosminski, or whether Aaron was nothing more than an innocent asylum inmate who, thanks to several unfortunate coincidences, has found himself falsely maligned as one of history's most notorious monsters.
I mean, case closed, right? What I hear you saying. Clearly, it was Kosminski, right? I mean, why are we here anymore? We know what's up. Polish Jews. The police know who did it. Eric bought 3 coffees. Thank you very much. It's getting late. Case closed, right? Nothing to see here. Why did the police think that Kosminski was such a prime suspect, though? But there's still questions. Let's examine. What did the police have to say? Why did they single out Kosminski? Let's look deeper and deeper, because there's more to this story. Trust me.
And in it is a document written by Scotland Yard Detective Sir Melville Macnaughton. Here's what he wrote about our next suspect. Kosminski, a Polish Jew, resident of Whitechapel. This man became insane owing to many years of indulgence in solitary vices. He had a great hatred of women, especially of the prostitute class, and had strong homicidal tendencies. He was removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889. Macnaughton concludes by saying, and I quote, "There were many circumstances connected with this man which made him a strong suspect."
Kosminski was one of the thousands of poor immigrants residing in Whitechapel. He was so far out of the mainstream that not even a photograph exists of him. And yet, Kosminski is the suspect who emerges when we look behind the scenes at the police investigation of Jack the Ripper. Sir Robert Anderson was head of Scotland Yard at the time of the Ripper murders and in charge of the entire investigation. Chief Inspector Donald Swanson was appointed by Anderson to oversee the case. These two knew more about the murders than anyone, except the Ripper himself. By the time of the 5th murder, the police had interviewed dozens of potential suspects and followed up even the smallest clues. A handful of eyewitnesses had given descriptions of the Ripper that had helped the police focus their search. But one eyewitness finally came forward whose testimony was so precise that it led police back to one particular suspect. According to Swanson, the suspect was taken out of London to a police safe house called the Seaside Home. There, the key eyewitness was waiting. Anderson wrote his memoirs years later, describing the dramatic confrontation of witness and suspect as follows. The only person who had ever had a good view of the murderer unhesitatingly identified the suspect the instant he was confronted with him. However, Anderson goes on to say, the witness refused to give evidence against him. It must have been a bittersweet moment for Anderson. He had solved the case, and yet he couldn't prosecute because the witness would not testify in court. But by the time he wrote his memoirs, Anderson seems to have accepted his disappointment in the Ripper case. He wrote, "I am almost tempted to reveal the name of Jack the Ripper, but to do so would serve no public good."
Still, we are left with the frustrating question, who was this unnamed suspect? A recently new evidence has come to light that answers this question. And to examine it, we go once again live to Jan Leeming in London.
Well, Peter, with me now is crime historian Martin Fido, author of the book The Crimes, Detection and Death of Jack the Ripper. He has a piece of evidence which he thinks is going to solve this mystery. Martin, what is it?
Well, this is Donald Swanson's personal copy of Sir Robert Anderson's memoirs. And as you can see, he's made notes on the Ripper case here in the margin.
Now, Anderson was the man in charge of the case and Swanson was his deputy.
That's correct.
So what do these notes or marginalia tell us?
Well, you can see up here, they say, suspect had been identified at the seaside home where he'd been sent by us with difficulty. And down here, you see, he says, Kosminski was the suspect.
Kosminski? What does Swanson tell us about Kosminski?
Well, he says he was sent to Stepney Workhouse and then to Coney Hatch, that's the local infirmary in the main London asylum, and died shortly afterwards. And when you go, as I did, to the records of those two institutions, you find there was an Aaron Kosminski from Whitechapel who went to both of them. But the records show he went in 2 years after the murders were over. He was a harmless imbecile with the delusion that instincts told him to eat bread from the gutters and never to take a bath. And what's more, he did not die when Swanson says he lived for 30 years in the asylum.
Some discrepancy. How can you explain that?
Well, I think there's no doubt that the man identified at the seaside home was Jack the Ripper. But I think the police made a mistake about his identity in the asylum. I've found another Whitechapel Polish Jewish lunatic in Coney Hatch named David Cohen, brought in by the police shortly after the murders, who seems to fit what Swanson says in many ways and died at the appropriate time.
So you believe this man identified at the seaside home, Kosminski or Cohen, was Jack the Ripper?
Beyond doubt.
So, Fido's theory really is that it wasn't Aaron Kosminski. There was a David Cohen, which he believes is a John Doe or men of the Jewish heritage, and that the real name is Nathan Kaminsky. That's really about all there is to that theory. That's it. But Kosminski, Kaminsky, Spirit, we've been here for over 2 hours. I saw what Don Swanson with his mad mustache wrote in that book, because the suspect was also a Jew, and also because his evidence would convict the suspect and witness would be the means of murderer being hanged, which he did not wish to be left upon his mind, and after his identification, which the suspect knew, no other murder of this kind took place in London after the suspect had been identified at the seaside home, where he had been sent by us with great difficulty in order to subject him to identification, and he knew he was identified. On suspect's return to his brother's house in Whitechapel, he was watched by police and by city CID by day and night. In a very short time, the suspect, with his hands tied behind his back, he was sent to Stepney Workhouse and then to Coney Hatch, where he died shortly afterwards. Kosminski was the suspect. So, we're done here, right? Let's dig a little deeper, shall we? Who was this witness who pointed out Kaminsky, doesn't matter. Who was this witness? The man who might have seen Jack the Ripper. Well, it's at this point in my presentation that I would like to focus primarily on the double event. The night in which Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes are both murdered. If we're gonna get to the bottom of this, we need to focus on this particular event. So, we're gonna look at both of the crime scenes. We're gonna look at the evidence and the witnesses who may or may not have been there. Who was this figure? Who was this witness who pointed out possibly Kosminski, Cohen, doesn't matter. It very may well have been Israel Schwartz. Did Israel Schwartz see the face of Jack the Ripper? Let's find out.
In the aftermath of the murder of Elizabeth Stride, several people came forward to claim that they had seen her in the company of a man or different men in the hour leading up to her death on the 30th of September, 1888. One of the most important of these witnesses, but also one of the most enigmatic, was a Hungarian Jew by the name of Israel Schwartz. Schwartz walked into Lehman Street Police Station on the evening of Sunday the 30th of September to provide what the Star newspaper described as information that may be important. According to the Star, Schwartz was well dressed and had the appearance of being in the theatrical line. He could not speak a word of English and was therefore accompanied to the police station by a friend who acted as his interpreter. Up to the 29th of September, he and his wife had resided in Berners Street, but on that day they were due to move to new lodgings in nearby Ellen Street, and Schwartz had gone out for the day, leaving his wife to oversee their move. Around 12:45 a.m. on the 30th of September, he was walking home along Commercial Road, and he decided to cut along Berners Street to see if his wife had completed the move. As he made his way along Berners Street, he noticed a man walking ahead of him. According to a report on the murder of Elizabeth Stride, compiled by Chief Inspector Donald Swanson and dated the 19th of October, Schwartz saw the man stop and speak to a woman who was standing in the gateway of Dutfield's yard. The man tried to pull the woman into the street, but she resisted, whereupon he turned her round and threw her down onto the footway, at which point the woman screamed 3 times, but not very loudly. Schwartz described the man as aged about 30, 5 foot 5 inches tall, with broad shoulders and a full face. He had a fair complexion, dark hair, and a small brown moustache. He was wearing a dark jacket and trousers with a black cap with a peak. Schwartz believed that he was witnessing a domestic argument and, not wishing to get dragged into it, he crossed over to the opposite side of Berners Street. As he did so, he noticed a man standing on the other side of the street who was lighting a clay pipe. This second man was aged 35, was around 5 foot 11, with a fresh complexion, light brown hair, and a brown moustache. He was wearing a dark overcoat and an old black felt hat with a wide brim. At this moment, the man who was attacking the woman shouted to the man with the pipe, "Lipski!" and the second man began to follow Schwartz, who, feeling that he might be in danger, broke into a run. But by the time he reached the railway arch further down the street, the man had ceased following him, and Schwartz duly relaxed his pace. On being quizzed by the police, Schwartz stated that he could not say whether the two men were together or even known to each other. The shout of Lipski was a reference to a notorious murder that had taken place the previous year in Batty Street, the adjacent thoroughfare to the east of Berners Street. Israel Lipski, a Jew who was lodging in an upper room at number 16, had been accused of poisoning a fellow lodger, a Jewess by the name of Miriam Angel, by pouring nitric acid down her throat. Lipski had been found guilty of the crime, and despite a press campaign to clear his name, he had been hanged. The newspaper reports of the murder had fueled a great deal of anti-Semitism in the East End of London, and by 1888 the term Lipski was frequently used as a derogatory insult by Gentiles to Jews in the neighbourhood. Inspector Aberline, in a report dated the 1st of November 1888, opined that, as Schwartz has a strong Jewish appearance, I am of the opinion it was addressed to him as he stopped to look at the man he saw ill-using the deceased woman. Israel Schwartz was taken to the mortuary in nearby St. George's Churchyard, where he was shown the body of Elizabeth Stride, whom he identified as the woman he had seen being attacked in Berners Street. Since Louis Diemschutz would find her body in Dutfield Yard at 1 a.m., it is highly probable that Schwartz actually saw the early stages of Elizabeth Stride's murder, as it seems unlikely that 2 assaults by 2 different men would have taken place on the same woman in the same gateway in the space of just 15 minutes. It is therefore probable that Israel Schwartz saw the face of Elizabeth Stride's killer, and, if as is generally believed, Elizabeth Stride was a victim of Jack the Ripper, then Schwartz saw the face of Jack the Ripper. However, the presence of the second man adds a further element of mystery to the case. Was he an accomplice of the murderer? Or was he, like Schwartz, simply a witness to the attack? Aberline, in his report of the 1st of November, raised the possibility that the man may have been an alarmed bystander as opposed to an accessory to the crime. According to Aberline, Schwartz stated that the man who was lighting his pipe also ran in the same direction as himself, but whether this man was running after him or not, he could not tell. He might have been alarmed the same as himself and ran away. Surprisingly, the newspapers, on the whole, paid scant attention to Israel Schwartz's story. Indeed, the only newspaper to report in any detail on what he saw was The Star, a reporter from which appears to have been at Lehman Street Police Station on the Sunday evening when Schwartz first came in to divulge what he had seen. The reporter then tracked Schwartz to his new address in Ellen Street and was able to secure an interview with him, albeit since, as the subsequent article admitted, the reporter's Hungarian was quite as imperfect as the foreigner's English. The interview was conducted via an interpreter who happened to be at hand. The account that Schwartz gave to the reporter appeared in the Star newspaper on the 1st of October, and it differed in several important respects to the statement he had given to the police. According to the article, when Schwartz turned into Berners Street, he noticed the man some distance in front of him, walking as if partially intoxicated. The half-tipsy man, he told the reporter, stopped and talked to a woman who was standing in the alley where the body was afterwards found. The man put his hand on the woman's shoulder and pushed her back into the passage, as opposed to pulling her into the street, which is what he told the police had happened. Believing that he was witnessing a quarrel, he crossed to the other side of the street to avoid getting mixed up in it. But just as he stepped off the curb, a second man came out of the doorway of the public house a few doors off. In this version, Schwartz stated that the second man shouted out some sort of warning to the man who was with the woman, and then he rushed forward to attack Schwartz. Significantly, in the Star version, Schwartz claimed that he saw a knife in the second man's hand, but he waited to see no more and fled the scene to his new lodgings. In this version of his story, the second man was undoubtedly a confederate of the murderer, and the fact that he was holding a knife rather than lighting a pipe adds another twist to the saga. The discrepancies could be accounted for by the fact that Schwartz made the 2 statements through different interpreters, and thus one of the statements could have been a case of misinterpretation. There is also the possibility that Schwartz may have been offered some financial inducement by the reporter, and he may have spiced up his account to the journalist. He did, after all, according to the article, have the appearance of being in the theatrical line. The final possibility is that the reporter himself may have misunderstood what the interpreter was saying, or even, perish the thought, decided to embellish the story by replacing the pipe in the man's hand with a knife. The Star's article ended with the intriguing statement that the police have arrested one man, answering the description the Hungarian furnishes. This prisoner has not been charged, but is held for inquiries to be made. Elsewhere in its coverage of the murder, the Star stated that the police have been told that a man aged between 35 and 40 years of age and of fair complexion was seen to throw the woman murdered in Berners Street to the ground. Those who saw it thought that it was a man and his wife quarrelling, and no notice was taken of it. This is without doubt a reference to the attack that Schwartz claimed to have seen, and since it mentions those who witnessed the assault, plural, it would suggest that the second man was a bystander as opposed to a collaborator. Interestingly, in the margin of the report compiled by Chief Inspector Swanson on the 19th of October, it is stated that the police apparently do not suspect the second man whom Schwartz saw on the other side of the street and who followed Schwartz. However, on the 2nd of October, the Star reported that the police were starting to doubt Schwartz's story. In the matter of the Hungarian who said he saw a struggle between a man and a woman in the passage where the Stride body was afterwards found, the Lehman Street police have reason to doubt the truth of the story. They arrested one man on the description thus obtained and a second on that furnished from another source, but they are not likely to act further on the same information without additional facts. That begs the question of who was the other source. Was it the second man who Schwartz saw lighting his pipe? Given the sensational nature of Israel Schwartz's account, it is quite remarkable that other newspapers didn't make more of his story. The Scotsman, in its edition of Tuesday, the 2nd of October, published the following brief report, which is evidently referring to Schwartz's experience.
Another story was to the effect that a man of light complexion had been seen struggling with the woman Stride in Berners Street, and that he threw her down.
but it being thought it was a man and wife quarrelling, nobody interfered with them. Since this snippet appeared verbatim in several other newspapers across the country, it evidently originated from a news agency. But that is about the only mention made in the press other than the detailed account given in the Star's report. What is even more surprising is that, given that Schwartz appears to have witnessed the early stages of Elizabeth Stride's murder, he wasn't called to give evidence at the inquest into her death before coroner Edwin Baxter, or at least, if he was, his name doesn't appear in any of the newspaper accounts of the inquest proceedings. The fact that he wasn't called as a witness could suggest that the police had, as the Star suggested, come to doubt the veracity of his account. And yet, it is plain from the surviving official reports that the police most certainly did not discount him as a witness. He is, for example, mentioned by Swanson in his report of the 19th of October. Swanson even goes so far as to favour Schwartz's statement over that of one of his own officers, Police Constable William Smith, who saw Elizabeth Stride with a man in Berners Street at 12:35 a.m. on the 30th of September, but whose description of the man he saw was so completely at odds to the description given by Schwartz of the man he had seen that they were obviously describing different people. Swanson wrote that, if Schwartz is to be believed, and the police report of his statement casts no doubt upon it, it follows, if they are describing different men, that the man Schwartz saw and described is the more probable of the two to be the murderer. So I respectfully submit it is not clearly proved that the man that Schwartz saw is the murderer, although it is clearly the more probable of the two. Inspector Aberline, on the 1st of November, a full month after the murder, stated in his report that he had questioned Israel Schwartz very closely at the time he made the statement, and at no point does Aberline cast doubt on the veracity of Schwartz's story. So why wasn't such an important witness called to appear at the inquest into Elizabeth Stride's death? Or did he actually testify, and his appearance was not reported in the media because his evidence was given behind closed doors in camera? Interestingly, in the official files, Aberline's report is followed by a draft letter that was written by Assistant Commissioner and Head of the Criminal Investigation Department, Dr. Robert Anderson. It reads, I have to state that the opinion arrived at in this department upon the evidence of Schwartz at the inquest into Liz Stride's case is that the name Lipsky, which he alleges was used by a man whom he saw assaulting the woman in Berners Street on the night of the murder, was not addressed to the supposed accomplice, but to Schwartz himself. So according to Anderson, Schwartz had given evidence at the inquest. On the 6th of November, Sir Charles Warren, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, repeated Anderson's assertion, almost word for word, in a letter that he sent to the Home Office, in which he wrote, I have to acquaint you, for the information of the Secretary of State, that the opinion arrived at upon the evidence given by Schwartz at the inquest in Elizabeth Stride's case is that the name Lipsky, which he alleges was used by the man whom he saw assaulting the woman in Berners Street on the night of the murder, was not addressed to the supposed accomplice, but to Schwartz himself. It is clear that the higher echelons of the Metropolitan Police certainly believed that Schwartz had given evidence at the inquest into Elizabeth Stride's death, and it is therefore apparent that the police considered Schwartz an important witness as late as November 1888, a full month after he had walked into Leman Street Police Station to report what he had seen. So, did Israel Schwartz actually give his inquest evidence in camera behind closed doors, possibly at the request of the police, and possibly to protect him from any repercussions from the murderer? And is that why his name is conspicuous by its absence in the extensive press coverage of the inquest? If he did, why would the police want to keep him secret? The honest answer to that question has to be, we simply do not know. However, in his memoirs, The Lighter Side of My Official Life, Sir Robert Anderson, as the by then retired former Assistant Commissioner had become, made the tantalizing claim that Jack the Ripper's identity had in fact been established. He wrote, Having regard to the interest attaching to this case, I am almost tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer, but no public benefit would result from such a course. I will merely add that the only person who had ever had a good view of the murderer unhesitatingly identified the suspect the instant he was confronted with him, but he refused to give evidence against him. Is it possible that Anderson's mystery witness was none other than Israel Schwartz? After all, if Schwartz did, as his statement suggests, see the early stages of the murder of Elizabeth Stride, he most certainly did get a good view of the murderer. And, according to notes made by Chief Inspector Donald Swanson in his copy of Anderson's book, the reason the witness refused to give evidence against their suspect was because the suspect was, like the witness, also a Jew, a description that would fit Schwartz, who, according to Aberline's 5th of November report, had a strong Jewish appearance. Could it be that the police wished to keep Schwartz out of the public spotlight in the event that they would need him to identify the murderer were they to catch him, so his inquest testimony was given in camera behind closed doors? Were journalists therefore thrown off the trail of this important witness by the simple ruse of telling the Star and other newspapers that they had reason to doubt the truth of his story? Sadly, all this reading between the lines must remain nothing more than idle speculation. Israel Schwartz is just another tantalizing aspect of the case that cropped up, added yet another element of mystery to the saga, and then faded into obscurity, leaving us today none the wiser as to what actually happened in Berner Street in the early hours of the 30th of September, 1888.
Let's unpack where we're at. Here's where we're at. This is the crime scene. This is Dutfield's yard in Berner Street. Israel Schwartz, a Hungarian Jew with the appearance of being in the theater, sees some sort of a quarrel and a man pull a woman into this yard. Now, was the reason that Israel Schwartz's name never came up in the inquest because he didn't want to name the suspect because he was a fellow Jew? Or was it because he was afraid of reprisal? Well, this is how the press displayed Elizabeth Stride's murder. Elizabeth Stride is found in Dutfield, or her body at least, is found in Dutfield's yard on Berner Street behind the Berner Street Club. And that's where Israel Schwartz, a Hungarian Jew, saw a quarrel. That's where we're at, guys. But Israel Schwartz wasn't the only person on Berner Street that night, oh no. I want to introduce you to another possible witness. The man who almost got Jack the Ripper. Let's find out about Louis Diemschutz.
In this video, I want to introduce you to the man who probably came closer than anyone else to catching Jack the Ripper. He was 26 years old in 1888, and his name was Louis Diemschutz. For those of you who don't know, Louis Diemschutz was the man who found the body of Jack the Ripper's third victim, Elizabeth Stride, at 1 a.m. on the morning of the 30th of September, 1888. He was the steward of the International Working Men's Educational Association, which was based in this three-story building at number 40 Berner Street, and which was also known as the Berner Street Club. As well as being the steward of the Berner Street Club, Louis Diemschutz had a sideline selling cheap jewellery, and on Saturday the 29th of September 1888 he'd spent the day hawking his wares at Westow Hill Market near Crystal Palace to the south of the River Thames. He returned to Berner Street in the early hours of the morning of Sunday the 30th of September, and a little after 1 a.m. he turned his pony and costermonger's barrow into Dutfield's yard, which is the entrance beneath the wheel in the photograph. As he did so, his pony suddenly shied, pulled left, and refused to go any further. Diemschutz looked into the darkness and saw a bundle lying on the ground. Reaching out with the butt end of his whip, he tried to lift the obstruction and move it, but he couldn't, so he jumped down and struck a match to inspect it closer. It was breezy that night, and the match was extinguished almost immediately, but in that brief second's flickering light, Diemschutz saw that it was in fact the prone form of a woman. Now, Diemschutz's next action has never been satisfactorily explained. For some reason, he presumed it was his wife and she was drunk, so he went into the club to seek the assistance of other members to help him carry her back into the building. Whether or not his wife was in the habit of passing out drunk in the yard was never established or recorded. But either way, he found his wife inside the building, and so he went to the other club members and said, "There's a woman on the ground outside who's drunk or dead. I can't say which." Diemschutz and two other members went out with a candle, and looking down at the body, they saw what Diemschutz had missed when he was first in the yard, a stream of blood flowing from the woman's neck. The woman would later be identified as Elizabeth Stride, and doctors would establish that, although her throat had been cut, an injury that was suffered by all Jack the Ripper's victims, the rest of her body had not been mutilated. This led the police to surmise that the killer had been interrupted as he went about his bloody business by Diemschutz coming into the yard. Indeed, if you think about it, you can picture exactly what had happened. The killer had cut Elizabeth Stride's throat and was about to commence the mutilations when the pony and cart came into the yard and disturbed him. So he jumped back into the shadows. And this is the moment at which Jack the Ripper came closest to being caught, because had Diemschutz acted differently at that moment, the chances are we would never have heard the name Jack the Ripper, because the probability is the killer was hiding in the shadows when Diemschutz was first in the yard. Had he raised the alarm there and then, people would have come running and the killer would have been taken. But Diemschutz didn't raise the alarm. He thought the woman was his wife and he went into the club to get assistance. That action gave the killer vital minutes to flee from the yard and make good his escape through the myriad of tiny alleyways and passageways that riddled the area. So Louis Diemschutz, the steward of the International Working Men's Educational Club at number 40 Berner Street, was the man who almost caught Jack the Ripper.
Curious, no? Louis Diemschutz. Let's go further. Let's explore the crime scene a little further, shall we? This is the Berner Street Club, and it's in the rear of the Berner Street Club, Dutfield's yard, where Elizabeth Stride's body is found. Louis Diemschutz is trying to drag the body into the club with several members of the club. It's a pub, right? It's a pub. People drinking, having a good time, right? What was going on at the Berner Street Club? 40 Berner Street, also known as the Berner Street Club, was home to the International Working Men's Educational Club. In 1884, the first radical Yiddish newspaper, Der Polscher Jidl, the Little Polish Jew, was published by Morris Winchewski and E.W. Rabinowitz. In 1885, radicals close to Winchewski acquired a 3-story property at 40 Berner Street. The club was attended by both social democrats and anarchists and was a venue for lectures on politics, economics, and literature, as well as plays, concerts, and dances. Strikes, rallies, and marches were also planned there. The club was frowned upon by more orthodox Jews who felt that the members were unruly and showed the local jewelry in a poor light. The club organized protests against the Jewish religion and the Jewish Day of Atonement. The group would fundraise through socials and masked balls. In 1886, the club took over the publication of Yiddish newspaper Der Arbeiterfreund, the Workers' Friend, and set up a printing office in the rear in Dutfield's yard. The editor was Philip Krantz, and William West, alias Wolf West, was overseer of the printing as well as secretary of the club itself. The propaganda of Arbeiterfront was militantly opposed to religious practice. They were critical of Britain's chief rabbi, Nathan Adler, and his family. They also regularly critiqued Jacob Adler's Yiddish theater group. All right, get your Pepe Sylvia boards ready. Because, contrary to what you anti-Semites in the audience might think, the Jewish people are not a monolith. Let's meet Nathan Marcus Adler, Chief Rabbi of the British Empire. He's born in Hanover, Germany. He's a Cohen. He's part of the Jewish priest class and a direct male descendant of the biblical Aaron, brother of Moses. If you want to dig further, he is not the German Kabbalist Nathan Adler, same name. During his period as chief rabbi, Lionel de Rothschild becomes the first Jewish member of parliament. Nathan Mayer Rothschild becomes the first Jewish member of the House of Lords. And Sir David Salomon's term as the first Jewish Lord Mayor of London. He's also a founder of the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty and Better Protection of Children. Adler was instrumental in the United Synagogue. Established by Act of Parliament, it was a union of British Orthodox Jewish synagogues that take religious authority from Britain's chief rabbi. Leaders of the organization included Nathan Rothschild, who served as president in 1910. You can't make this shit up. Yo, what up, Virgie? Adler rejected Herzl's political Zionism as an egregious blunder. And though he supported Jewish settlement in Palestine, he believed Jewish sovereignty must await the Messiah. Adler aimed to integrate Jewish immigrants into British society without undermining their orthodoxy. Sidebar history lesson. Take a drink of water. On the 13th of March, 1881, Russian Tsar Alexander II was assassinated in St. Petersburg. The assassination inspired anarchists to advocate propaganda by deed, the use of spectacular acts of violence to incinerate and to incite revolution. The assassination triggered major suppression of civil liberties in Russia. A series of anti-Jewish pogroms and legislation was the result. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire was home to about 5 million Jews, the largest Jewish community at the time, and many emigrated between 1875 and 1914. The influx reached its peak during the late 1890s when large numbers of Jewish immigrants settled in the East End of London. The concentration of Jewish immigrants into some areas was almost 100% of the population. Some of these expatriates were revolutionaries, and many of whom were unable to adapt to life in the politically less oppressive London. The social historian William J. Fishman writes that the Meshuggah anarchists were almost accepted as part of the East End landscape. The terms socialist and anarchist had been conflated in the British press, who used the terms interchangeably to refer to those with revolutionary beliefs. A leading article in the Times described the Whitechapel area as one that, quote, harbors some of the worst alien anarchists and criminals who seek our too hospitable shore. And these are the men who use the pistol and the knife. Insofar as Anglo Jewry was concerned, these immigrants were required to become anglicized as quickly as possible. Adler and the religious establishment were opposed to the secularism of the East End radicals. And these anarchists would instigate by holding a ball on Yom Kippur and protest by marching to synagogues to mock religious Jews. The Anglo-Jewish community had been very comfortable until the arrival of these strangers who dressed differently, spoke a foreign language, Yiddish, and carried their radical religious or political ideas with them. They were not really welcome, but they were fellow Jews, and so initially they had to be welcomed. But as early as 1882, the Board of Guardians of the Jewish Poor was taking advertising space in the Jewish press in Russia and Romania, warning potential immigrants that if they came to England, they would face great hardships, and that the board would give them no relief in the first 6 months of their residence. Interestingly enough, a year after the Ripper murders, Adler urges his rabbinic colleagues in Russia, Poland, and Lithuania to help stem the tide of Jewish immigration into Great Britain, which had begun in waves after 1881, when a great wave of pogroms had begun to take place. Rabbi Adler points out that the British Jewish community has done all it could for these refugees, and that these rabbis should know that there is no livelihood for them in Britain. If you've got your Pepe Sylvia boards out right now to keep up with what's going on, and it helps you to think of this in terms of Warhammer factions, Nathan Adler, the chief rabbi of the British Empire, represents the Imperium of Anglo Jewry. And this wave of immigrants from Russia and Poland who carry radical beliefs and speak Yiddish, they are the cults of chaos. How chaos, you ask? The leading anarchist newspaper at the time, Freiheit, a long-running journal established by German anarchist Johann Most in 1879, it was known for advocacy of Attentat, or propaganda of the deed, revolutionary violence that could inspire people to revolution. Most advocated publicizing violent acts of retaliation against counter-revolutionaries because, quote, "We preach not only action in and for itself, but also action as propaganda." He called for targeted killings of representatives of capitalism and government at a time when such action might garner sympathy from the population. Johann Most was responsible for taking the Rose Street Club in London's German expatriate community from holding a traditionally radical political stance to an anarchist organization. The founder of the International Workers' Educational Club and editor of Arbeiterfront, Rudolf Rocker, published a biography of Johann Most called Das Leben eines Rebellen, The Life of a Rebel, in 1924. In 1885, Rudolf Rocker arrived in London. Rocker, a Roman Catholic by birth, came from Germany and was an anarchist. He'd worked with Jews in Paris, where they were relatively prosperous, and he was deeply shocked at the conditions that he found in the East End. Rocker lived in St. Dunstan's building, Stepney Way, with the Jewish anarchist commune of Chavarim, who worshipped the very ground on which he stood. An exceedingly energetic man, Rocker taught himself Yiddish and was the founder of the International Workers' Educational Club in Berner Street. It was the yard that sided onto this club that the body of Elizabeth Stride was found on the 30th of September, 1888. Here at the club, which everybody called the Anarchist Club, Rocker organized lectures by such socialist and anarchist superstars as Peter Kropotkin, William Morris, Enrico Malatesta, and Luis Michal. One of these speakers, Peter Kropotkin, was the founder of the anarcho-communist movement, and he later wrote of the Jack the Ripper murders in Anarchist Morality. Quote, "We only ask one thing: to eliminate all that impedes the free development of these two feelings in the present society, all that perverts our judgment, the state, the church, exploitation, judges, priests, governments, and exploiters." Today, when we see a Jack the Ripper murder, one after another, some of the poorest and most miserable of women, our first feeling is one of hatred. If we had met him the day when he murdered that woman who asked him to pay for her slum lodging, we should have put a bullet through his head without reflecting that the bullet might have been better bestowed in the brain of the owner of that wretched den. But when we recall to mind all the infamies which have brought him to this, when we think of the darkness in which he prowls, haunted by images drawn from indecent books or thoughts suggested by stupid books, our feeling is divided. And if someday we hear that Jack is in the hands of some judge who has slain in cold blood a far greater number of men, women, and children than all the Jacks together, if we see him in the hands of one of these deliberate maniacs, then all our hatred of Jack the Ripper will vanish. It will be transformed into hatred of a cowardly and hypocritical society and its recognized representatives. All the infamies of a Ripper disappear before the long series of infamies committed in the name of the law. It is these we hate. In other words, we would sympathize with a criminal, with a mass murderer. If we could only see that the rule of law and judges and order and police have killed far greater. Where have I heard all this before? Wolf West, also known as William West or William West, in his obituary, it stated, William West played an important part in the Jewish trade union movement in Britain. He helped to establish almost all of the Jewish trade unions in the 1880s and 1890s. He also oversaw the printing of Arbeiterfront. He was the first witness called at the inquest into the death of Elizabeth Stride. He was the secretary for the strike committee for a group of East London tailors during their strike from 27th August to 2nd October 1889. And in 1891, he goes on a speaking tour alongside Kropotkin. Let's look at Louis Diemschitz. A street salesman of cheap jewelry living at 40 Berner Street, where he was also the steward of the International Working Men's Educational Club. He lived with his wife, who assisted him in the management of the club. He finds the body of Elizabeth Stride and returns to the yard with members of the club, Isaac Kozbrowski and Morris Agel. He's then a witness in Elizabeth Stride's inquest. Diemschitz, along with Isaac Kozbrowski, were later arrested in March 1889 during a disturbance at the International Working Men's Club and charged with assaulting a police officer. Diemschitz was sentenced to 3 months imprisonment with hard labor as well as paying £40. Check this out. At the Thames Police Court before Mr. Saunders, Louis Diemschitz, an unlicensed hawker of 40 Berner Street, St. George's, Samuel Friedman, cap blocker of 81 Weaver Street, Spitalfields, and Isaac Kozbrowski, a machinist of 40 Old Ford Road, Bethnal Green, were charged with being disorderly persons and concerned together in assaulting Israel Sunshine, Isaac Solomons, Emmanuel Snapper, and Emmanuel Jacobs of Berner Street, St. George's. They were further charged with assaulting constables James Frost, George Harris, while in the execution of their duty. They were also charged with assaulting Julius Barnett. They were charged with assaulting a lot of people in front of the Berner Street Club, the same place where they found Elizabeth Stride's body. Charge against a constable. Constable Frost appeared at the Thames Police Court on Wednesday to answer an adjourned summons charging him with assaulting Louis Diemschitz, steward at the International Working Men's Club, Berner Street, St. George's. On the 16th, there was a demonstration of the Jewish unemployed organized by the socialists, and the disturbance took place in front of the club in Berner Street, during which Diemschitz and others were arrested. They were afterwards charged at the Thames Police Court and committed for trial. A summons was obtained against Frost by Diemschitz. So this commie assaults a bunch of people, and then he brings charges against the policeman for assault. Oh gee, where have I heard all this before? We got a lot out of looking at Elizabeth Stride's murder scene. Now I want to turn to Catherine Eddowes. The same night, there's 2 killings in one evening. So Catherine Eddowes' body is found in Mitre Square. What's so special about Mitre Square? Well, let's find out some history about Mitre Square, shall we?
This is Aldgate High Street, and geographically it is here that the East End of London gives way to the City of London. This dragon marks the boundary between the two, and from a policing perspective is significant, as it is here that the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Police ends and that of the City of London Police begins. All but one of the Whitechapel murders occurred on Metropolitan Police territory. The one that didn't was that of Catherine Eddowes, murdered on the 30th of September 1888 in nearby Mitre Square. But the events leading up to her death began on Aldgate High Street on the evening of the 29th of September. At around 8:30 that night, Police Constable Louis Robinson of the City of London Police was walking his beat along the High Street when he noticed a crowd gathered on one of the pavements, laughing at something.
Pushing through them, he found that the source of their amusement was a drunken woman, whom he later identified as Catherine Eddowes, who was entertaining the crowd with an imitation of a fire engine. Having taken a bow, she lay down on the pavement and went to sleep. Constable Robinson asked if any of the onlookers knew who the woman was. None of them did, so the officer hauled her to her feet and propped her up against the shutters of one of the shops. She promptly slid back down onto the pavement. Robinson summoned the assistance of a colleague, Constable George Simmons, and together they manhandled her round to Bishopsgate Police Station. Here, when asked her name, Kate replied, "Nothing." The officers placed her in a cell and left her to sober up. At 9:45 that night, the city jailer, George Hutt, came on duty and took over responsibility for the prisoners in the cells. He checked on her several times over the next few hours, and each time found that she was fast asleep. By 12:15 on the morning of the 30th of September, she had woken, and Hutt heard her singing softly. A quarter of an hour later, she called to him and asked when she would be allowed to leave. "When you can take care of yourself," Hutt called back. "I can do that now," came her reply. At 12:55 a.m., he brought her from the cell and told her that she could go. He pushed open the swing door to the passage and said, "This way, missus." As she walked to the outer door, she asked him what the time was. "Too late for you to get any more drink," observed Hutt. "I shall get a damn fine hiding when I get home," she sighed. Hutt was not in the least bit sympathetic. "And serve you right," he replied. "You have no right to get drunk." Hutt escorted her to the station's side door, which exited onto the dark and narrow Rose Alley, which still exists today alongside the modern Bishopsgate Police Station. As Kate left the station, Hutt asked her to shut the door behind her. "All right," she chirped. "Good night, old cock." So saying, she made her way along Rose Alley and turned along Bishopsgate, heading in the direction of Houndsditch. She would be dead within the hour. Hutt later estimated that it would have taken her around 8 minutes ordinary walking to reach Mitre Square. The tragedy of Catherine Eddowes is that she was found drunk on City of London police territory. Had she been a few yards to the east of Aldgate High Street, just beyond the traffic lights, she would have been on Whitechapel High Street and within the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Police. The two forces had different ways of dealing with drunks. The policy of the City of London Police was to lock anyone up found drunk in their area, wait for them to sober up, and then release them, as happened in Catherine's case. Conversely, the Metropolitan Police would hold them overnight, and they would appear in court the next morning. Had Catherine been found drunk on the other side of the traffic lights, she would have faced a court appearance and a fine, but she would have survived the night. Mitre Square lay just inside the City of London's eastern fringe. It has changed an awful lot since 1888. Indeed, it has changed an awful lot in the last 10 years. Until a few years ago, it was surrounded by modern office blocks, which, although not particularly special, did at least give it a certain atmosphere. The fact that it was a cobbled square added to the ambience. A raised flower bed stood in the southwest corner, marking the approximate site of the murder of Catherine Eddowes, and provided an unintentional memorial to her. There are and were 3 exits from the square. A fairly wide one onto Mitre Street to the west, a narrow one in the northeast corner, and St. James's Passage, or Church Passage as it then was, in its southeast corner. The recent development has robbed the square of its former sinister ambience, albeit I have to admit that it is a far more pleasant spot than it used to be. The flower bed may have disappeared from its southwest corner, but a lot more greenery has appeared in the square. It has also lost its name, and there is no sign here anymore to tell you that you're in Mitre Square. However, it is unique among the murder sites in that it is the only one at which there is any official recognition of the crime having taken place here, with this information board providing details about the murder of Catherine Eddowes. In 1888, 3 imposing warehouse buildings towered over the square. There were also 3 uninhabited houses, with 2 further houses, one of which was lived in by City of London policeman Richard Pierce, nestled between the warehouses. The warehouse that dominated the north side of the square was the premises of Keely and Tong, and here retired police officer George Morris was working as a night watchman. At 1:30 on the morning of the 30th of September, City Police Constable Edward Watkins walked through the square on his beat. He had his lantern on and fixed to his belt. He was emphatic that the square had been quite deserted at that time, and that no one could have been hiding there without him seeing them. Around 5 minutes later, commercial traveller Joseph Lavender, butcher Joseph Hyam Levy, and furniture dealer Harry Harris, members of the Imperial Club, a club for local businessmen located on Duke Street, now called Duke's Place, left the club and headed in the direction of Church Passage, the southeastern entrance to Mitre Square. As they passed the passage, they saw a man and a woman standing under the gas lamp over the entrance. The woman had her back to the trio, so they didn't see her face, but Joseph Lavender later identified Catherine Eddowes' clothing as that was worn by the woman.
Levy wasn't impressed at the sight of the couple and said to Harris, "Here, I'm off. I don't like the look of those people over there. I don't like going home by myself at this hour of the morning. I don't like passing this class of person." Joseph Lavender, however, was a little less disgusted and glanced briefly at the man as he passed the couple. Despite later claiming that he wouldn't be able to identify the man were he to be confronted with him again, he was later able to provide quite a detailed description of him. He had, he said, the appearance of a sailor, was aged about 30, around 5'9" tall, of medium build with a fair complexion and a small, fair moustache. He sported a reddish handkerchief tied in a knot, wore a pepper and salt loose-fitting jacket, and had on a grey peaked cloth cap. The three men continued on their way, and none of them looked back once they had passed the couple. The couple had gone from the spot when, 5 minutes later, City Constable James Harvey walked his beat past Church Passage. He even went down the passage, checking the doors of the premises on either side, but saw nothing. However, he stopped short of entering Mitre Square, but walked back down the passage and continued on his beat along Duke Street. At 1:44 a.m., just a few minutes after Harvey had completed his examination of Church Passage, Constable Watkins turned out of Leadenhall Street, headed along Mitre Street, and veered right into Mitre Square. Shining his bullseye lamp into the dark recesses of the square, he noticed something in the southwest corner. Approaching, he shone his lamp onto it and saw to his horror that it was the mutilated body of a woman. Recoiling in shock, he raced across the cobbles and burst into Keeley and Tong's warehouse to alert George Morris. "For God's sake, mate," he stammered, "come to my assistance. Here is another woman cut to pieces." Pausing momentarily to get his lamp, Morris followed the officer back across the square, took one look at the body, and raced off along Mitre Street, blowing furiously on his whistle to raise the alarm. Police officers were soon converging on Mitre Square from all directions, and they began fanning out into the surrounding streets in search of the killer. But their efforts proved fruitless. The murderer, it seemed, had melted into thin air, and nobody had seen a thing. George Morris confessed himself totally baffled as to how such a brutal crime could have been committed so close to his place of work without him hearing a sound. He could hear the footsteps of the policeman as he passed on his beat every quarter of an hour, the Illustrated Police News reported. It was only the other night that he remarked to some policeman that he wished the butcher would come round Mitre Square and he would give him a doing. Yet the butcher had come, and he was perfectly ignorant of it.
The Mitre Square. 3 Jewish gentlemen, Harry Harris, Joseph Chaim Levy, and Joseph Launed, left the Imperial Club on Duke Street, and as they passed its junction with Church Passage, noticed a man and a woman talking quietly together. The woman had her back to them, but they could see that her hand was resting on the man's chest. Levy was immediately convinced that the couple were up to no good and announced brusquely, "I don't like going home by myself when I see those sorts of characters about." Although he hadn't seen the woman's face, Launed was almost certain that her clothing that was worn by Catherine Eddowes when he was later shown at the police station. Since her body was discovered just 15 minutes later in Mitre Square, just a few steps away from where Launed saw the couple, there is a high probability that the man he saw was the murderer of Catherine Eddowes. The Imperial Club. I looked into it. The Imperial Club is where these guys are coming from, 16th and 17th Duke Street, Aldgate. The above club is now open for the reception of members to meet a want which has long been felt by gentlemen engaged in business in the immediate neighborhood. It is fitted up with every modern requisite, no expense having been spared by the management in studying the convenience and comfort of its members, and is conducted on the usual principle of the best West End club, the cuisine being strictly kosher. So these men coming from the kosher Imperial Club this is where the body's found in Mitre Square. So what's so special about Mitre Square? Let's take a look at a map, shall we? Mitre Square is in the center of your screen. Duke Street is at the top. The witnesses coming from the Imperial Club would have been coming down Duke Street. They saw Catherine Eddowes speaking to a strange man somewhere along Duke Street, and then her body is later found in Mitre Square. What's between Duke Street and Mitre Square? Why, it's the Great Synagogue of London, which would have been under the United Synagogue of Chief Rabbi of the British Empire, Nathan Adler, where anarchists at the Burner Street Club would have gone to organize protests against the Jewish religion the same night that a piece of her apron is found underneath a message reading, "The Jews are the men that shall not be blamed for nothing." So you have atheist anarchists in the Burner Street Club preaching attentat, propaganda of the deed, targeted killings for propaganda purposes, who are staging protests against the Jewish faith. And it just so happens that the same night, a body is found right behind the Great Synagogue of London, with anti-Semitic messages underneath the only evidence from the crime. But I'm sure this is all coincidence. It's a tight-knit Jewish community. Are you suggesting that perhaps there were other unexplained incidents against the Adlers? Let's talk about the Spitalfields disaster. And in case you're wondering, it's called Spitalfields because in the Middle Ages, that was slang for a hospital, and it was the location of St. Mary's Spital. And so Spitalfields was where the graveyard was. The Spitalfields. The theater at 3 Princes Street had been built in 1885 by local butcher David Smith, who traded on nearby Dorset Street for the Hebrew actor Jacob Adler and his Yiddish theater troupe. The club catered exclusively to the neighborhood's Jewish community, and although it boasted a reading room, a bar, and a games room, it was the performances given by Adler and his fellow actors that the enthusiastic audiences came to witness. The piety of the London Jews was such that they had to use an unplayable cardboard shofar as to not avoid blasphemy. Abraham Smith, the son of the theater's owner David Smith, acted as the honorary comptroller of the club, in which capacity he later stated, his duties were to ensure that the subscriptions were paid, no bad language was used, and that the audiences were properly seated. He later testified he had problems with a local gang who had threatened to force their way into the club, as a result of which he had taken the precaution of hiring a constable to ensure that this did not happen. As a result, he said, one member of the gang had threatened to set the club alight and to do it as much mischief as he could. Although Smith swore that he didn't know the man's reasons for making such a threat, There had, he said, been no prosecution between him and this gang member, and as far as he was concerned, the threat was an idle one. On Tuesday, 18th January 1887, the troupe took to the stage to give a performance of the Spanish Gypsy Girl. This was a benefit performance to raise money for a club member who was in reduced circumstances. It was a full house and the theater's gallery was packed. At some time between 11:15 and 11:30 p.m., a gas pipe in the gallery was broken. Morris Gilberg, who was seated nearby, ran over and placed his handkerchief over the broken pipe in order to stop the gas from escaping. He had succeeded in stemming the flow when other members of the audience smelt the gas and shouted that there was going to be an explosion. They began to panic and proceeded to leave their seats, whereupon Gilberg was carried away and the surge of people and the gas started escaping again. With the gas now escaping unchecked, somebody shouted, "Turn off the meter!" This was done by whom it was never established, and the hall was suddenly plunged into partial darkness. According to Lloyd's weekly newspaper, no sooner had the lights gone out than somebody again, it was never ascertained who had done so, cried out, "Fire!" This in turn led to panic amongst the members of the audience, and there was a sudden rush from both the pit and the gallery as people jostled and pushed to escape from the perceived threat. According to survivor Mrs. Leah Silverman, the first police officers to arrive at the scene had hindered rather than helped the situation, since according to Lloyd's weekly newspaper, quote, "The horror of the unfortunate audience was turned into a perfect frenzy when the lights were all put out, for simultaneously the police, according to Mrs. Silverman, had closed the door, the only exit there was from the building. Those nearest to the door attacked the police who, knowing that the alarm was a false one, had considered this the best means of decreasing the apprehension. Their policy was attended with a diametrically opposite effect, for in the struggle in which Miss Silverman alleges that one constable used his truncheon, some of the nearest to the door got suffocated and were trampled underfoot. When it was over, 17 people were dead." In the days that followed, survivors began telling journalists about the horrific scenes that they had witnessed in the moments leading up to and in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy. Rumors began to circulate that it may not have been an accident. Morris Gilberg, who had initially tried to stem the gas flow using his handkerchief and who had later learnt that his wife Millie and son Isaac had died in the tragedy, told a reporter that, "As some of us were robbed, I think it must have been a planned job. Several people, to my knowledge, had things stolen from inside and out of the club. My brother-in-law was robbed in the street." Interestingly, this appears to have not been inquired into at the subsequent inquest, suggesting that the authorities looked into it and dismissed it as a line of inquiry. A substantial reward was offered for information that might lead to the identification of the person who had cried "fire," but no one either came forward or was identified. The inquest was presided over by the local coroner, Wynne Baxter, who ruled out the suggestion that a gang had been behind the events which led to the tragedy, and a verdict of accidental death was given to each of the victims and the inquest was concluded. The theater soon closed, and Adler and his troupe left London for America. I want to stop and talk about the press, because the press has been a ubiquitous figure in this whole story. If you recall, over 3 hours ago, when we talked about the press going after Charles Warren because of how he handled Bloody Sunday. On 13th November 1887, protesters organized by Social Democratic Federation and the Irish National League clashed with the Metropolitan Police. Violent clashes took place between the police and demonstrators, many, quote, armed with iron bars, knives, pokers, and gas pipes. A contemporary report noted that 400 were arrested and 75 persons were badly injured, including many police, 2 policemen being stabbed, and 1 protester bayoneted. On Monday, 14th November 1887, the liberal-leaning Pall Mall Gazette filled many of its pages with articles expressing absolute outrage at what it saw as an attack by the authorities on the liberty of freeborn Englishmen. In one column, it called for the dismissal of both the Home Secretary, Henry Matthews, and the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Charles Warren. The Gazette was firmly of the opinion that Sir Charles Warren had overstepped his authority in ordering the breakup of the rally and accused the police of brutality upon peaceable citizens. Like it was yesterday, says Manu. The Gazette also called for some of those who had been hurt by the police actions to take legal action against their assailants for unprovoked assaults. Quote, "We hope that some of the offending processionists who were bludgeoned by the police will prosecute their assailants in order to have the legal point clearly raised whether or not the order of one man is sufficient to justify any number of others in committing violent and unprovoked assaults on the general public." Another article pointed out that far from the protesters damaging the interests of local businesses, the police themselves had done more damage in trying to clear the protesters from the area. Quote, "Sir Charles Warren's coup d'etat of yesterday was professionally undertaken in the interests of the traitors of Trafalgar Square. Let us hope that they appreciated his services. The traitors have thus suffered more from one afternoon of law and order than from all the preceding weeks of public meetings." The Pall Mall Gazette. Not even hiding their agenda. Let's read more about the Pall Mall Gazette. What did they have to say about the Whitechapel murders? The moral of the Whitechapel murders. The veil has been drawn aside that covered up the hideous condition in which thousands, tens of thousands of our fellow creatures live in this boasted 19th century and in the very heart of the wealthiest and healthiest, the most civilized city in the world. We have all known for many years that deplorable misery, gross crime, and unspeakable vice, mixed and matted together, lie just off the main roads that lead through the industrial quarters of the metropolis. The daily sins, the nightly agonies, the hourly sorrows that haunt and poison and corrupt the ill-fated tenants and sojourners in these homes of degradation and disease have been again and again described with more or less truth and force by our popular writers. But it is when some crime or accident more than usually horrible has given vividness and reality to the previously unrealized picture that we are brought to feel what our keenest powers failed adequately to conceive before, how parts of our great capital are honeycombed with cells hidden from the light of day, where men are brutalized, women are demonized, and children are brought into the world only to be inoculated with corruption, reared in terror and trained in sin till punishment and shame overtake them too and thrust them down to the black depths where their parents lie already lost or dead to every hope or chance of moral recovery and social rescue. Then comes a terrible crime, bringing a revelation that fills every soul with horror and makes us ask why sleeps the thunder and how these things can be. So not, hey, look at all these murders. The moral is, it has shined a light upon the impoverished and the poor. William Thomas Stead was the editor of the Pall Mall Gazette. He paved the way for modern tabloid journalism in Great Britain. And he's considered to have influenced how the press could be used to influence public opinion and government policy, and advocated for government by journalism. Stead orchestrated a successful press campaign to reprieve Israel Lipsky on accusations of institutional anti-Semitism. Stead was arrested for unlawful taking of a child when he purchased 13-year-old Eliza Armstrong from her mother for a meager price of £5 to highlight how easy it was to buy children. Stead died on the sinking of the Titanic. I think at this point, we are literally as deep as the Titanic on this one. So I think it's time for me to talk about what I think. I've given you the evidence. Jack the Ripper never existed. The mythology of Jack the Ripper was an invention of Victorian tabloids and enterprising journalists. As for the identity of the Whitechapel murderer, it was probably a Polish Jew. But that's not the point, and that's irrelevant. Whether it was 1 or 2 or 7 or 12 people is irrelevant. What matters is who had the most to gain. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to posit that this silhouette that you see before you, this silhouette that for over 100 years, this image of a gentleman killer with a top hat who might be a Freemason or possibly of royal lineage, this silhouette that's haunted the corners of our imaginations and our nightmares for over a century, I am going to posit to you that this silhouette is a criticism of capitalism and hierarchy. A man with a top hat and a cane and a cape. It's Mr. Monopoly, it's Willy Wonka, it's Scrooge McDuck. This right here, this is the mythology symbolized in a silhouette over 100 years. This has been beamed into your brains. It's a capitalist boogeyman. Look out. You start wasting money on frivolous things like new police stations and not tending to the poor, the destitute, the women, then Jack the Ripper will come for you. He'll stalk the streets at night, murdering women. I posit to you, ladies and gentlemen who are still with me, that this silhouette has existed in our collective unconscious for too long. It is time to replace it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Jack the Ripper. Stare into the eyes of a killer. Why else? Why else? Who would have the most to gain from an image of a man who has a top hat? Probably wealthy, probably royal, maybe a Freemason. Who would have the most to gain from all of these murders, shedding a light on the poor conditions and the plight of women, and bring about social reform? Who had the most to gain by painting the police as incompetent and inept, claiming that they're spending too much money, it's all frivolous? It's almost like they should be defunded or something. Who would have the most to gain with stirring up shit with the Orthodox Anglo-Jewish community? Not militantly atheist anarchists. When there's anti-Semitic riots already taking place, why would it benefit anti-Jewish anarchists to possibly pin it on the Orthodox Jewish community? Who else would send spooky, threatening letters written in red ink? Oh my Jesus. Who else would write about, we should sympathize with the criminal? It's not him to blame. It's the systems of law and order and justice. It's those we hate. And landlords. It's not the Jack the Ripper. It's these poor women who have to pay with their bodies to these slumlords. You heard Kropotkin. I rest my case. There's your Jack the Ripper. Still not convinced? Spirit, you're out of your league. You're out of your mind. It's not like Whitechapel has always been and still is to this very day hotbed of radical leftist ideology. It's not like Oswald Mosley chose to march his black shirt fascists through the East End because it was a radically communist area. It's not like there's extra videos for members. You should join as a member. Gives you access to those where Bengalis and Bangladeshis or whatever who are moving into the Whitechapel area. And then happy merchants start receiving boom boom letters, you know, Uncle Ted variety. Quote from India. In, I don't know, some foreign language. You can watch those videos if you become a member. But you're still not convinced? In the late 19th century, despite fabulous wealth, gracious living, and an industrial revolution that reached the far corners of her empire, Britain was also an island of social unrest. Working class discontent with poverty and disease was fueling the rise of socialism, and new doctrines were calling for revolution and an end to the monarchy. Its capital, London, was a great city of great commerce, high fashion, and sophisticated culture. A city of wealthy gentlemen and gentle ladies, their children attended by nannies as they played in Hyde Park. London was also the city of unfathomable poverty. Its East End housed nearly 1 million hungry and impoverished souls living in cramped filth. Although working conditions had improved in Britain since the early days of the Industrial Revolution, working class discontent in London had been building up since the late 1870s. Inspired by Karl Marx, who lived and wrote in London, the growing voices of socialism were eager to boost this discontent, and by 1886 things turned violent. In early 1886, one of the coldest winters on record caused such hardship that despite the subnormal temperatures, thousands of out-of-work men and women from the East End docks gathered in Trafalgar Square to hear violent speeches from eminent socialists, while meanwhile thousands more protesters went on a rampage of property damage and looting as rioting spilled over into the residential environs of the upper-class Mayfair and the upscale West End shopping districts of Oxford Street, Regent Street, and Piccadilly. On November 13th, 1887, Queen Victoria's Jubilee year, a battle known as Bloody Sunday erupted in Trafalgar Square when 100,000 demonstrators, including George Bernard Shaw and the poet William Morris, fought with 4,000 police constables. 3 months later, another Trafalgar Square riot prompted Queen Victoria to write to the Prime Minister, William Gladstone, quote, "The Queen cannot sufficiently express her indignation at the monstrous riot which took place the other day in London and which risked people's lives and was a momentary triumph of socialism and disgrace to the capital." London's East End was vilified and ignored, yet despite the anger and disruption, Britons of all classes possessed an inbred distaste for revolutionary ideas designed to overthrow the established order. Violence, when it did take place, was not seen by the left as enhancing the road to reform. They realized that fear of the mob would never inspire the middle and upper classes to comprehend the plight of the poor. The socialist-minded and their brethren in the press knew that education via speeches and the written word was the only viable means of impingement. By 1888, London's radical press, aware of its growing power to focus attention on the capital's social problems, was constantly on the lookout for a new socio-political drama, preferably one guaranteed to increase circulation and to vindicate their left-wing rhetoric. Little did their editorial offices know that before the year was out, a gruesome saga was to present them with the campaign opportunity of a lifetime. On October 1st, the newspapers ran the story altogether with a complete text of 2 letters, which had been posted to the London Central News Agencies. Both were written in deep red ink and signed under a name that advocated the strangest left-wing campaign of all time. Once the name had appeared in print, hundreds of Crank Jack the Ripper letters were sent to the press and police, and all were rejected as genuine, with the possible exception of a note addressed to a Mr. George Lusk, the Marxist head of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. More than any previous endeavor, creating the trade name Jack the Ripper forced a spotlight on London's destitute and poor. And what a creation! 2 of London's top-selling radical newspapers, The Star and the Pall Mall Gazette, realized that dramatizing the murders would focus the story directly towards the squalor of outcast London. The first two murders had certainly generated publicity, and the next two murders, both on the same night, would normally have proven even more newsworthy, but publishing news of the double event with the macabre and threatening text of two Jack the Ripper letters was nothing short of a masterful public relations, and it worked. The double event now brought the total number of victims to 4, and from this point on, the murders became an important vehicle for socialist propaganda, replacing homicide as the central issue. For instance, as a petition with 5,000 signatures was sent to the Queen, but it didn't mention the need to apprehend the killer. It dwelled instead on women living in sad and degraded lives in the slums of Whitechapel. The Star in particular gave extensive coverage of the murders and unashamedly blamed them on such economic systems as that of unrestricted competition backed by the devil's gospel of laissez-faire. This London daily was well known for its biased socialist crusades, its inflexibility on home rule for Ireland, and its denunciation of Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Charles Warren and his allegedly inept, heavy-handed police force. The Star's large circulation covered a wide cross-section of readers, including those of a more conservative outlook, and this induced other less radical papers who were also criticizing Warren to echo with the Star's rhetoric, albeit with less rebellious versions. The result was a multimedia push for both the Ripper's arrest and an exposé of the environment in which he operated. Even the staid gentlemen of the Fourth Estate relished the Ripper saga when, almost by default, the highly respected Times of London drew attention to the social conditions where the killings took place. As for sensationalism, few could compete with either the Illustrated Police News or the Penny Illustrated paper, as issue after issue ran lurid descriptions and artist sketches of the killings. However, nothing surpassed the publicity that followed the murder of Mary Kelly, the fifth victim. Reports about another Whitechapel horror, more revolting mutilation than ever, shocked the civilized world and prompted the Queen to telegram her Prime Minister, quote, "This new, most ghastly murder shows the absolute necessity for some very decided action." Led by the socialist press, attacks on the harassed and despondent Sir Charles Warren became so intolerable that he was forced to resign as the head of Scotland Yard. That the brilliantly conceived trade name was part of a socialist campaign against the established social and economic order seems all the more likely when we inspect other aspects of this drama. For instance, Sir Melville Macnaghten, Assistant Chief Constable at Scotland Yard in 1889, wrote in his memoirs, "In this ghastly production, I have always thought I could discern the stained forefinger of the journalist. Indeed, a year later, I had shrewd suspicions as to the actual author, but whoever did pen the gruesome stuff, it is certain to my mind that it was not the mad miscreant who had committed the murders." And in his book, The Lighter Side of My Official Life, Sir Robert Anderson, head of Scotland Yard's Criminal Investigation Division, during the investigation of the murders, commented specifically on the second letter when he wrote, "So I will only add here that the Jack the Ripper letter, which is preserved in the Police Museum at New Scotland Yard, is the creation of an enterprising journalist." Quick to spot what was going on, George Bernard Shaw wrote, "Whilst we, conventional social democrats, were wasting our time on education, agitation, and organization, some independent genius has taken the matter in hand." In a series of interviews with this writer, former police chief and pioneer of the FBI serial crime profiling unit Pierce R. Brooks said that, in his opinion, the two letters were almost certainly the work of someone in the media with a social axe to grind. One of today's noted historians, Martin Fido, said that The murders became famous because the very first elections to the new London County Council were taking place, and the extreme leftists saw their chance of winning in the East End, a tailor-made opening for radicals. Until 1888, unified administration of the rapidly growing areas beyond the old city of London was completely neglected. Known as Greater London, its population of 5 million was governed by a complexity of overlapping authorities, and the result was administrative chaos. A long overdue solution to this dilemma was set in motion by the Local Government Act of 1888, for it not only created the London City Council, but established urban self-government throughout England. At the time, left-wing proposals and convictions were more or less represented by the so-called progressives, who had very close ties with the Liberal Party and the emerging Labour Party. The progressives were represented at council elections, but not at parliamentary elections. And although most voters in 1888 voted for Conservative members of Parliament, many London Conservatives were so keen on democratic reforms for their city that they voted Progressive in the council elections. It was in the spirit of progressive London that the Fabian Society flourished. As for the radicals and the socialists, their Jack the Ripper newspaper campaign worked like a dream. The progressives won a 73-seat majority out of a total of 118 seats on the new council, including radical theosophist Annie Besant, who won a seat for the East End. In one council election after another, the progressives gained a majority of seats, and from its onset, the new council burst into life and quickly introduced new programs involving welfare, sanitation, baths, education, and to a lesser extent, housing. Their influence on the council also curtailed the operations of the unrestricted laissez-faire. In many ways, the progressive movement added an aura of respectability to the radical issue. Ominous revelations about urban conditions necessitated the involvement of the ruling classes, notably those with vast estates and holdings, which were being leased out to meet the demands of urbanization. We may never know the author of the first 2 Jack the Ripper letters. Nevertheless, these serial murders would never have generated such enormous publicity if its nightmarish name had not been invented. As for the new council, its enacted reforms became a symbol of continuing social reform, both in London and the rest of the country. The stirring of liberal socialism fully surfaced in the 1880s and 1890s and gave birth to the new Independent Labour Party, founded in 1893 by Keir Hardie and renamed the Labour Party in 1906. Its backbone was the growing trade union movement, and together with the Fabian Society, founded in 1884, Labour became one of the 2 major political parties from 1922 onward. What do you think, guys? Have I made my case? What do you think? Let me check those coffees, and then we're gonna get out of here. David D. Dominici bought a Xanax. He said, "Thanks, Spirit." Oh no, thank you. Thank all of you. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you learned something. But the biggest thing that we all should learn is that in the pursuit of truth, trust no one. Good night, everybody.